How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final scene of I don't wanna get married. I don't wanna be just like you. Nobody bothered to ask me. They said I ought to be just like you. Well, I could get a marriage license for a husband and me, so I could use the health insurance for my HART. Since I can buy a taxi with the same gender spouse, I shouldn't feel so bad getting kicked out of my house. Don't send me a rainbow. Your life has never done shit for me. Don't want a seat at your table. A fucking invitation to your party. Wanna celebrate a game on your cable TV? Well, trans lesbians are calling southern bodies stuff to eat. You paved the road for CEOs to suck on some dick. Well, all the kids on the street are getting belted with whips. I don't wanna be equal, 'cause I know I'm fucking better than you. Your moderation is lethal. Get on my way, let me do what I need to. There's no protection that this nation's thinking offer to me. Just solid Wednesdays do this is my gay bourgeoisie. So fuck off with your rainbow South American flag. The only colors that I need are the pink and the black.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
What up, guys? Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Is everyone in a not work environment? Because the content we're watching today is definitely not safe for work. This is definitely not something that you should allow your boss to see. This is probably, I mean, it is news. we're not just being lewd and gratuitous for the sake of being lewd and gratuitous, although there will be lewd and there will be gratuitous. Yeah, happy hump day. Happy hump day, happy hump day, happy hump day, happy hump day. You know what? What a happy accident. I didn't plan for this to be on Wednesday. It just worked out like that. It just worked out like that. Well, we should just jump right into it because we're going to have a long-ass stream today. And the stream, this is not my fault. If anyone's like, Karlyn, why are you showing this stuff on the internet? I'm going to be like, why did the City University of New York host this event? It's not my fault. It's not my fault that the City University of New York hosted a queer leather bondage lecture series. It's not my fault that they chose to record it. It's not my fault that they buried those recordings deep in the bowels of the internet. It's not my fault that I found them at 3 a.m. the other night when I was trolling around looking for stuff to watch. This is not my fault, okay? I didn't create this content. I'm just showing you what is being taught in colleges all over the country, but particularly in this case at the City University of New York. And we're going to start what may be a multi-day descent into the world of queer, kink, leather, bondage, stuff like that. Because why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? You can't dangle this content in front of me and have me not watch it on the internet. That's just like the rule. That's like the law. Now, in case anyone thinks that the Power of Leather workshop that was hosted at the City College of New York just a couple months ago and that we have all the recordings for, this is not just about sex. This is not just about getting off. For queer Marxists, engaging in kink and leather and bondage is a political statement. I know that might sound funny, but that is actually the truth. They view BDSM as queering sexual relations. They view it as engaging in consensual power dynamics, whereas typically they are non-consensually oppressed by capitalism. BDSM and kink allow them to be consensually oppressed, or to, alternatively, consensually play the oppressor. And I'm not making this up. I actually have them saying this. I have their documents where they explicitly explain all of this, okay? So I'm not bullshitting. This is their way of bringing political statements into sex and doing it in a really gratuitous way. And they've been doing this a long time. And actually, if you look back at some of the early queer theorists like Gil Rubin, like Foucault, they were all involved in leather scenes. They were all involved in this stuff. Gail Rubin has written about being involved in the leather BDSM scene in San Francisco, but at the same time that she was developing whack job ideas that eventually ended up becoming queer Marxism later on down the road. Yes, they do, and I feel like I've answered that for you before. Queer Marxists, Marxists in general, dislike the nuclear family because the nuclear family is a private family unit that takes what could be collective wealth and privatizes it for the use of a few. It is also the social reproduction mechanism of capitalism. So it's social reproduction because when you raise kids in capitalist households, they come out with capitalist values and stuff like that. But we are creating a rule today because we have a lot of stuff to watch. We are creating a rule. And notification, you are one of the people that this rule is going to apply to. Now, I appreciate when new people come on the channel. I really, really do. I love it when new people come here. However, we are going to create a rule that all questions asked will be relevant to the content that we are watching. This question is not relevant to what we're watching right now. Now, it may be, maybe they're going to talk about the nuclear family in the course of this, but right now it's not relevant, okay? And so I need people, in order for us to be able to focus, to relegate your questions to things that are actually relevant to the content that we're discussing. And because the fact of the matter is when you ask questions that have nothing to do with what's being discussed, I appreciate that you have questions, but it takes the entire thing off track, okay? You're scared of today's stream? Yeah, me too. Me too. It's going to be awful. It's going to be awful and crazy and awful and crazy. Now, if you do have questions that are not relevant to what's being discussed, the very best place, oh no, there we go. The very best place for you to get those questions answered until I cover a stream that is relevant to that is by heading over to the Substack, Karlyn, Karlyn.substack.com. On the Substack, you are going to find a lot of articles under the Woke 101 section that will explain a lot of your questions. You're going to find a lot of videos in the video section that are going to explain a lot of your questions. If you go to the How to Speak Socialist section, you're going to find not one but two classes pinned to the very top of the section, the 4-hour on-demand How to Speak Socialist Masterclass and the 1.5-hour re-education class that are both available for free. You guys have got to start using your resources. I have created so much free content through written articles, through video clips. There's clips on the YouTube channel. There's stuff all over the Substack. Please, if you have questions, avail yourself of the resources that I've already created for you for free, including those on-demand masterclasses. If you're one of those people, and again, notification, I'm looking at you, that you keep coming back and asking very basic 101 level questions every single stream, go watch the classes. The classes exist for a reason. The classes will answer your questions. I promise you. Do you want the mods to exercise discretion in enforcing the rule? No, I want the mods to enforce the rule. Oh, Trendlin, thank God you're here. Thank God. We were worried, Trendlin. Anyway, we're going to be watching a couple of lectures from the Power of Leather series that took place at the City College of New York a couple months ago. And I have to get out my glasses to read this because it's so small that I cannot actually read it without wearing my glasses. Which is weird for me because I haven't really been wearing my glasses as much lately for some reason, but... Oh God, and now I can't see anything. It's like I talked about this yesterday, like you experience putting on glasses for the first time when you haven't been wearing them for a while. You like all of a sudden everything is super clear and I can't actually see anything. Okay, here is what this says. This is the flyer for the event. I will put the flyer in the chat so that you guys can actually read it for yourself too if you would like. There's the link. Experienced leatherfolk, creative deviants, rousing thinkers seek willing minds. Is that you? The Power of Leather is a series of in-person dialogues, interactive performances, and community events exploring leather sex, sadomasochism, and leather culture. Leather sex is public, transpiring in dungeons and alleyways, transforming them into queer counter-publics. Leather sex facilitates experiences at the edge of ourselves, identity, and consent, inviting us to discover what lies on the other side. Leather sex eroticizes power relations. Like I said, queer Marxists engage in BDSM and Kink because it's all about power relations. Leather sex eroticizes power relations. By staging the often violent histories that animate the power relations, leather sex creates spaces of transformation. Leather culture is communal, kind of like communism. Imagining and practicing queer kinship, that's a reference to the nuclear family. It's about families of choice, queer temporalities, and queer desires in subcultural and often subterranean spaces. Leather knowledge is stored in books, slings, cans of Crisco, and the hallowed halls of dungeons. As such, each event joins leather community members, academics, and artists, opening up space for embodied, erotic, object-oriented knowledge. Opening up space indeed. Power of Leather foregrounds leather dykes, trans leather people, and sex workers. The series ends with Kink Out Incarnate, an art activation and party that will invite you to embody what you've learned about on the way. So let's talk about Kink Out, shall we? Let's talk about Kink Out. So this flyer says that Kink Out Incarnate is an art activation. Okay. All right. Well, let's take a look. Here is the Kink Out Instagram. I can take my glasses off now. Can actually see better without my glasses sometimes than with my glasses, unironically. So here it is, Incarnate. Let's just scroll down the Kink Out Instagram and let's just see what we have here. All right, hang on. Let me get my full setup here so you guys can. We'll get the chat on the screen. I want to encourage everyone to chat in your comments about what you think about all this. So let's just scroll down the Kink Out Instagram to see what's going to be in this this art installation. Oh, this definitely looks very artistic with how many clothespins does that person have attached to themselves? This is deeply that's gotta fucking hurt, man. Clothespins hurt like that. That is a lot of clothespins. Oh shit, I need to sign in. Hang on. Let me sign into my Instagram so that I can actually show these things. Hang on. Oh, texting me a fucking confirmation code to my phone. Okay, text the confirmation code, Instagram. Almost there. Yes, save my login. My God, Instagram, I swear to God. We're in the middle of sexy time. Instagram's like, can you text me this confirmation code? I'm like, oh, fuck. All right, back to this. Now, listen. Where did it go? Where the fuck did it go? Oh, here it is. That's a lot of paper. That's a lot of clothespin action around the nipple area. I'm just saying, but look, but it is actually pretty. They've got flowers in the clothespins that are on they them's nipples. This is an art installation. Okay. That looks very uncomfortable. What else do we have on the art installation Instagram? Oh, here we go. Big black girl. Naked. Okay. This is art. City University of New York endorsed art. You know, I just don't understand. I've never understood the appeal of stuff like this. Oh, Z. This person's name is Z. Z is a multi-dimensional erotic freak who loves to time travel, a romantic pervert that aims to open your galaxy through deeply penetrating fantasies. Okay. So this is all from the Instagram page of the art installation that is being promoted by the City University of New York in this Power of Leather series. Yeah, open up your galaxy with deep penetration. Yeah. Let's see what else we've got. This is actually the advertisement for one of the sessions. So we're going to be watching 2 lectures today. The first lecture is going to feature Susan Stryker, who's a trans historian that we've watched a couple times. This is called Fantasy Identity Can't Hold, Leather, Sex, and the Trans Experience. That's going to be lecture number 1 that we're going to watch for our extra long marathon stream. The other lecture we're going to watch, I'm just going to fast forward to a better part of this presentation just so you guys can see the whole cast of characters in this. Hang on. There. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is better. Okay. So this is going to be the second lecture that we're watching. Reverence, boot blacking, and the legacies that bind us. And just like, you can't show me this cast of BDSM inspired characters and not expect me to watch this. And so here is the advertisement for that specific lecture. You can see literal boot licking. I mean, you can make your own, yeah, we'll talk more about that. Just to prove to you that this is actually through the City University of New York, this is the Instagram page for the Center for LGBTQ Studies at the City University of New York, okay? So this is their and they go by they them. The center goes by they them. This is their Instagram page currently. No, don't tell me I need to log in again. You fucker. Don't tell me I need to log in again. Don't do it. So you can see here, this is the City University of New York. Okay. Here's Angela Davis. Angela Davis recently got an award from them. Communist activist extraordinaire. But let's just scroll down a little bit. Let's just scroll down. And we are eventually going to find... Oh, there it is. There it is. On their official Instagram page, one of the lectures that we're going to watch today. 8 boots, 4 boot blacks, 1 can of Huber. I don't know what that is. Boot blacking is lusting for leather, queer intimacy, and the scent of grease. It's intergenerational mentorship and community care. It's reviving that which carries us forward and slowing down enough to remember what's sacred. Most of all, it's about leather boots and leather sex. Yeah, we're going to be watching that. Yeah, it's about Greece. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They had a whole bookstore created for this event, so you can see the Center for LGBTQ Studies at the City University of New York, the Power of Leather bookstore. Oh, we can even get 5% off. That's always nice to get a discount. Always 15% off that one. So we got a whole bookstore of recommended readings that is relevant to the leather series that we're going to be watching today. And I think we're going to have a good day. And it's going to be an extra long stream. So I want everyone to make sure you've got drinks and, or weed or a snack or possibly, all three of those things. Water, you want to make sure you're hydrated when you're learning about BDSM and bondage and kink and things like that. And so we're going to do a really long stream today. We got 2 lectures to watch. They're going to be about 3 hours total, which means this could actually take a while. But the reason that we're watching 2 today instead of 1 is because there's actually 9 hours worth of recordings. And just to be careful, I did download them all. So even if the City University of New York takes these recordings off of their YouTube page, which they were buried under, I still have all the recordings, and so there ain't nothing they can do about it. But I do want to make some headway today in terms of getting as much of this content in as we can. And so we're going to be watching a lot of content today. So everyone wants to stick around. You're going to want to be here for both, because I think that both sessions are going to be interesting, to say the least. And it's going to be awesome. As a reminder, guys, before we get into that, I do want to remind everyone, please make sure you are subscribed to my Substack. That is Karlyn, Karlyn, .substack.com. If you were subscribed to my Substack, you would have found a live stream yesterday, or maybe even watched a live stream yesterday, where I talked about what we're going to be doing today. I showed some of the evidence. I previewed all that. I do regular exclusive live streams over on my Substack. And of course, my Substack is the very best place to support the work I'm doing for $8 a month, $80 a year. You guys are the ones that allow me to do all this stuff and find all this stuff, because you guys are the ones that fund my ability to spend all my time researching and writing and thinking about the left and digging through college websites and looking for all this crazy stuff that literally no one else finds. So if you want to support my work there, I would really appreciate it. I do want to let people know this is actually something cool that happened today. Who recognizes that sticker? Who recognizes this sticker? Has anyone seen something like this before? Does anyone know where this sticker is from? Breaking news out of Dallas, guys. Conservative media has discovered the revolutionary communists of America. Conservative media is like, breaking news, breaking news. Communists are recruiting on our campuses. Literally saying that. We have just discovered that the revolutionary communists of America are recruiting in Texas. Breaking news, conservatives. Breaking news. They just discovered that. Well, the thing of it is I've actually been watching the revolutionary communists of America for going on 2 years now on this channel. And so I just want to remind people that if you want to literally be years ahead of conservative media, literally years, I was reporting on the revolutionary communists of America threatening to overthrow the U.S. government a year and a half ago. But conservative media have just discovered them and just discovered that they're in Texas. I have infiltrated their recruiting calls. I put their videos on the internet. For anyone that ever doubts that I am not literally years ahead of conservative influencers and pundits and commentators, listen, man, it's tough being first. I have to do research that no one else has to do because they just steal my shit and copy it later. I have to go to great lengths to tell you guys what is going on a year and a half before any conservative influencers or journalists or pundits ever get around to it. We've seen this happen time and time and time again, where I say something and I show video evidence of it, and then people on the internet call me crazy or things like that, and then lo and behold, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, a year and a half in this case, all of a sudden conservative media is like, hey guys, there's a problem. And I'm like, I tried to tell you assholes, you didn't listen to me the first time. It's tough being first. It's tough being at the tip of the spear. It's tough always being right and always proven right eventually, but no one ever comes back and says, thank you, Karlyn, for trying to tell us this a year and a half ago. No one ever acknowledges that I was there first. I have to carry that burden, but you guys know, and I know, and we all know, and in their heart of hearts, conservative journalists and pundits know that I kick their ass at this stuff every single day too. So if you want to be at the tip of the spear, if you want to be the first to know about this stuff before conservative media gets around to reporting on it, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you subscribe to my Substack. Yeah, it's a big responsibility and it's a burden, and I try to carry that well. I'm not always perfect, Jennifer, as you know. I'm not a perfect person, but I do try to carry the burden of perpetually being ahead of everyone else and right when everyone else is wrong. You know, it's a lot that I have learned to suffer in this life. So I want to let you guys know that. Also, as a reminder, guys, we do have a couple new product launches in the brand new Red Menace Supply Company merchandise store. This is the updated name and brand for the Unwoke Art Store. If you've ever bought merch from me before, the store has a new name, but we still got cool stuff. And I got a couple new product launches this week. We've got the book, the Bonfires Are Needed design, which is on t-shirts and a whole bunch of other stuff. And I think it's pretty self-explanatory what that means, but you can get that now for 25% off this week only. The rule of the merchandise store is that when I launch a new design in the merch store, it's 25% off on all the merch it's on for the first week, and then it goes back up to normal price after that. So if you love the Bonfires Are Needed shirt, I know a bunch of you have already gotten some Bonfires Are Needed merch. I like the notebook myself. I like the notebook. I think the notebook is cool. I'm going to get one of those for myself. Pick it up in the Red Menace Supply Company merchandise store. That is redmenacesupply.com. The link should be in the description below. If it's the Unwoke Art link, unwokeart.com will go to the same place. So I haven't updated the link everywhere yet. So please bear with me as I'm switching over the name and the branding. We also have the brand new Center for Left-Wing Studies merch, which was a special request. We've got a t-shirt, we got a long sleeve shirt, and my favorite, and something I'm definitely going to get, is this rad Letterman's jacket. I think this is so cool. I'm so excited about it. I'm going to get one of those. And if you guys want these designs on other pieces of merch, just let me know and I can add those. But if you go to redmenacesupply.com, you can pick up lots of cool stuff. And of course, purchases in the merch store do support the work I'm doing. There are other designs in the store as well. I'm going to be doing a lot of limited edition designs. We're going to be getting a Halloween collection up and running. There's going to be some old favorites in the Halloween collection. There's also going to be some new ones. And I think my merch is the best merch on the internet. I wear my stuff almost exclusively. I love it. I hope you love it too. All right, well, we do have a lot to get into, so let us begin. Let us begin our journey into queer leather kink at the City University of New York. Yes, it is shipped outside of America. Yep, it is actually shipped outside of America. Anyway, the first lecture we're going to watch is called Fantasies Identities Can't Hold: Leather Sex and the Trans Experience. Let's read the description. It starts with a screening of a film about trans experience in kink. This dialogue explores Susan Stryker's observation that transsexual sadomasochism creates the possibilities for new assemblages of bodies, new selves, new genders. So we're engaging in kink and leather and bondage now in order to get a new gender, according to queer activists. And guys, just so people know, anytime they say trans in the course of these lectures, they don't mean trans as in transition. They mean trans as in transform or transcend. That means transform gender, transcend gender. And so what we're looking at are queer activists. These are not trans activists. These are queer activists. There is a fundamental difference between those two things. If you need to know the difference or need me to explain the difference yet again, I'm happy to do so. The general difference is that trans activists want to uphold the gender binary, or trans people, I shouldn't even say activists, trans people in general want to uphold the gender binary, uphold the idea that there are men and women. Queer activists want to abolish the gender binary. They want to get rid of the idea of men and women altogether. And so that is the big difference. You might not like trans people, and I understand that people have feelings about that. But the fact is that if they want to uphold the gender binary, they're not the problem we're worried about. Queer Marxists are the problem that we're worried about, because they literally want to abolish all gender, abolish the nuclear family, overthrow the government, ruin everything, fuck everything up. So when they're saying trans in this, they're not saying transition, they're saying transform. And that means these are queer Marxists, not trans people. So I want to make sure that's clear for everyone. All right, let's just dig into it. Let's see what happened.
Welcome to Clags and welcome to Fantasies Identity Can't Hold Leather Sex and Trans Experiences. I welcome you on behalf of Clags, the Center for LGBTQ Studies here at the Graduate Center, and also on behalf of our wonderful co-sponsor Kink Out. People from Kink Out are around the room. Thank you so much for co-sponsoring this series. As well as welcoming you tonight, I want to give you some statistics about the Power of Leather series. This is the fourth installation of the series.
The fourth time they've done this. The fourth fucking time. I'm going to turn down my mic and turn up the volume.
I want to say Laura Westengard and Cassandra Sparks have done an incredible job putting this series together in collaboration with Kink Out. But so far, this is the fourth event. And so far this year,
Fourth
of the other
time.
three, we had 921 live attendees and 839 YouTube views. Yeah.
You're going to get a lot more now.
And I think that speaks to the fact that Laura and Cassandra and Kink Out tapped into something that is important to queer and trans communities and people. And so we appreciate you being here to show up to support us, and we want to support you now and in the future. We want to welcome you not only tonight, but we want to invite you back. And so I think Laura and Cassandra will probably tell you about the final event in the Power of Leather series. I also want to point out that we're having a conference in the fall, October 24th and 25th. It's the Lesbian Lives Conference. And since 1993, that conference has actually happened in the UK and Ireland. And so this is the first time it's coming to the US. So we want to invite you to that conference. There's a tiny little square card on the table out front. Maybe you got one. There's a QR code there. The call for papers is still open. And so we hope that you can submit or attend or support the Lesbian Lives Conference. And CLAGS is co-sponsoring that with Sinister Wisdom and the Journal of Lesbian Studies. So with that said, I want to turn it over to Laura and Cassandra. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Oh, I should also say, two most important names tonight. Ignacio Rivera, thank you so much for being here as one of our panelists. And also Susan Stryker. Susan is a longtime friend of CLAGS and a winner of the biggest award we give, the Kessler Award. So it's great to have you back, Susan. Thanks, everybody.
Hi, everybody. My name is Laura Westengard, and I am on the board of directors of CLAGS, and I have served as the co-chair of the board of directors for 3 years, and I have stepped back from that role in my final year on the board. But that has been my opportunity to really network with both people in the academy and those in the community, and in order to make these kinds of spaces possible. And it has been transformative work for me personally, and I hope for the community. So we welcome you today to our fourth of the series of The Power of Leather that Cassandra Sparks and I co-organized with Kink Out and with CLAGS, of course. And we have had such an amazing time over this academic year talking with some of the best minds in leather sex. And this is going to prove to be just as exciting. I'm going to give you a quick intro with Susan and Ignacio's bios. And what we're going to do tonight is we're going to watch a brief film that Ignacio Rivera created in 2008.
Oh, do we get to watch the movie
Then
too?
Susan
That's
is going to read us an excerpt from her essay, Dungeon Intimacies, which is incredible. And you are all going to want to go read the rest of it after.
Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. Shit.
As well, and we've got people watching from home. So
I was distracted with the dungeon intimacies.
it is a community that spans different times and places.
Dungeon
so let's
intimacies.
turn it over to a quick clip from Crossing by Ignacio Rivera. We're going to watch about 10 minutes of this clip, the first 10 minutes, and then we're going to stop it. And by the way, I don't know that I communicated this, so I'm going to do it publicly. when we get to the blowjob part, that's where we stop.
Oh. They better stop at that blowjob part. It's not my fault if they don't. Where's the sound? Where's the sound? They figured out their problem. I learned the ASL for blowjob while watching this. Yeah, well, you know, you learn something new every day on this channel. It's very critical that people learn the ASL for blowjob, apparently.
You ever have something turn you on that you...
No, it's working now. Stop fucking around.
Oh, they can hear.
It's
Why
working.
can't we hear it?
Oh, now they can't hear it. Uh-oh. Technical difficulties at the bondage camp.
Is the computer volume?
That's promising.
You ever have something turn you on that...
Mercury is in retrograde.
Mercury's in retrograde. Indeed.
Music is over for musicians.
What does it say?
Move this out of the way.
Okay, I'm gonna just fast forward and hopefully they get it together.
Thanks to our Zoom participants for keeping us entertained.
While we're working out the tech, is we can swap order and have Susan read while we're figuring out tech. What do
They're
you think?
figuring out the technical difficulties.
That's fine, but then there will be audio at some point.
Mm.
Let me just.
Okay, we're patient. We're patient people. We're gonna defer our pleasure a little bit longer.
We're deferring our pleasure to fix the technical problems, guys.
Fine.
Deferring our pleasure.
We're talking about you, Felice.
Yes. It was working. Actually.
Yeah, I didn't know.
You know what? And you start while they're figuring this out, and you can pause in the middle of this story. But the first thing I wanted to ask you all was to talk about the last time we crossed paths. So tell us the story while they're working on the tech.
Just talking about that same
Shift in
the last time, or maybe even the first time, right? We were in a space together. I was visiting San Francisco, hanging out with a lover, and went to go get a tattoo. And I walk into the tattoo shop and he's laying on the kind of gurney with their arm up, getting this really awesome tattoo done. And we were in the same space, which was really interesting because I got my tattoo that I have on my chest, which says fluid. And it was really actually a scene. The person who was giving me the tattoo kind of straddled me, and we were having like this intense like tattoo scene, and Susan was just finishing up with her tattoo.
And in that tattoo parlor, it's like it was actually founded in the neighborhood that I write about in my piece Dungeon Intimacies. There was a stretch of 14th Street in San Francisco Mission where it's like back in the day, it was like there was Black and Blue Tattoo Parlor, Morpheus Art Gallery, Red Dora's Bearded Lady Truck Stop Cafe, and this party house called House of the Golden Bull, which is where the scene that I describe in Dungeon Intimacies takes place. So yeah, it's pretty cool that people that, you know, I just knew from the scene who then started a business catering to people in the trans and kink and queer communities, give ink to people, and we were both like people getting ink in the same place at the same time, and
Getting
cool is
ink by
that?
another trans person.
Right, yeah. So my piece was what was on my arm right here. Which piece were you getting
Down my
across your chest. Yeah.
I went there to get a tiny little, I want to say, I want fluid on my chest, small and print. And they were like, nah, you gotta go big.
That is always how it happens.
And now that I think about it, my friend Mariette Pappy Allen, who's a photographer here in New York and who's here tonight, came and photographed some of that tattoo work because she was doing a series on trans people and their tattoos. So, yeah.
How we doing on this sound? Any updates?
You're gonna miss the blowjob and everything.
No, you're gonna see the blowjob. You just won't hear it.
Oh, oh, we're gonna see it. We're just not gonna hear it. Okay. Crisis averted, I guess. I believe in them, guys. They're gonna fix the technical difficulties,
So
and
I
we're gonna
just
watch
saw
this
a
Kink
message
movie.
in the chat that said no sound here on Zoom. Are you not hearing us talk?
No, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Wonderful. So the other thing that I do think we need to preface our discussion with is to really take a moment to recognize what it means to be in this space together, talking about trans experiences and sexual communities. And so I would love, I think we all would love to hear how you both think why, like, to reflect on why you think it's important to have this particular conversation now.
I think more than ever, it's like very important. It is these conversations we're having, we can kind of localize them exclusively to, hey, we're talking about kink, fetish, and leather, or we can see the expansiveness of this conversation and it's about bodily autonomy. It literally is, it's what's happening to children, it's what's happening to trans kids.
You
it's
ever
what's
have something turn you on that you thought
our
didn't
bodies
make?
are being displaced, and this is a form of pushback, revolution, healing. That's the way I see it. That's how I entered into leather and kink, and having these conversations are not it is not this small thing, this alternative lifestyle, this, we can talk about it as a lifestyle, but we could also talk about it as a tool, a very important tool around agency, bodily autonomy, and really communication about sex, something that's so utterly taboo in this highly sexualized world where we can't write sex on social media anymore.
We can't?
Yeah, and along those lines,
I've
I mean,
seen
for
your
me,
Instagram.
what leather
I
has
beg
always
to
been
differ.
about is finding ways to introduce agency and consent into practice. And there's so much that is happening to us as trans people and queer people that is about, well, it's not about consent. It's a power over, it's violent, it's coercive, it's compulsory. And that we're moving through those spaces. And so, like, I see from a political point of view, that insistence on how you can rework embodiment, identity, desire, pleasure, community, sociality through your trans and kink and queer practices. It's exactly what needs to be manifested, whether it's like manifested in a highly visual public way. It's like, if you can do that, great, but not everybody, it's like, is in a position where they can do that. But if you are manifesting it, on the down low, in your communities, in your groups of like, of you just manifesting what it means to to live that freedom, to that insistence on bodily autonomy, manifesting the power of showing that something can be otherwise. It's like, that is so necessary in this moment when the dominant culture is telling us that we don't exist, that, that it's not just that we shouldn't exist, it's like that there's that denial of our very being. And there's a huge power, I think, in just sort of showing up some way and saying, yeah, I'm leaving a mark, I'm leaving a trace. It's just like, I'm changing the world by how I'm moving through it, and that, that's a it's like it
For
feels
people who don't know, this is Susan Stryker. I'm pretty sure this is like the filmmaker that they're trying to get the movie playing.
good to do that. And it also feels right to do that, and it feels important to be doing that in this moment of just insisting on our life, our public space.
People are not laughing at you, Susan.
If they are, is
Someone in
anyone
the
else
chat-
ragingly horny?
Someone asked, is anyone else ragingly horny / kinky during this eclipse season? Yeah.
Everyone's keeping it very chill in the room.
This is very entertaining.
I know. I like it.
What is poly potato, Jennifer?
Multimodal.
I don't know what that means.
Okay. Still a no? Okay. So we have 2 choices maybe at this point. We can buy a little more time and have Susan read first, or we can give up and watch it without sound. What do we want? There's no subtitles. Reading, okay. So we'll do the reading first and let them continue to troubleshoot.
All right. Well, it's always dangerous, I think, to try to explain what you're going to read, but I think maybe I should sort of set it up just a little bit. Where this piece came from, there was a special issue of an academic journal called Parallax, and they did a special issue called Installing the Body, and I was asked to write a piece. It's like, could you write a piece about trans embodiment and theory and practice, and like about like how the body becomes a site of installation of cultural practices? It's like, sure, I'll give that a try. And what came out of it, because like I'm always just writing from like whatever is happening in my life right at that moment, and thinking about things. And right at that moment, there was somebody who I had been, well, it's like who I met in the dungeon. It's like, that's what the story is about. Turns out we were both academics and both historians. And it's like over the years, like we'd see each other at professional meetings and whatever, but he moved back to the San Francisco Bay Area after having been gone for a while. And it was like, oh, yeah, it's like, I remember we used to hang out, 15 years ago. It's like, that's cool. And we got together one afternoon and we're just, like talking about old times and catching up. And that became the basis for thinking about the kinds of intimacies that you have with people in dungeon space and how like it moves out into the world from there. So it's a very site-specific piece about San Francisco. So if you don't know San Francisco, it's like, well, still a nice place to visit. And you could go there. All right. So I'll just read the first couple of pages. From Bernal Heights, the city of San Francisco spreads north and west, a slow-moving accretion in steel and glass, brick and concrete, of the human desire unleashed and focused upon this terrain by the gold rush of 1848, an alchemical transformation of precious metal into philosopher's stone upon which I sit and think. Ian sits behind me on the grassy slope, his fingers anchored into my shoulders, his thumb expertly digging at the lump of knotted muscle between shoulder blade and spine, where my keystroking and mousing actions accumulate. We've scarcely seen each other these past 15 years and never known each other well in the ways that conventionally count as knowing someone well. But since he's been back, we've fallen into a practical familiarity with one another's bodies, rooted in our shared history of a particular subculture at a particular place and time that I think of as our dungeon intimacy. The physical landscape is made of memories. Over there, to the right, a few hundred feet away, Dell shot Cooper for the cover of the Drag King book. Extending my line of sight past that point towards the city's eastern bay shore, I see the place by the abandoned steel foundry where Texas Tomboy and Monica Troit filmed some scenes from Gender Knots. Turning my head counterclockwise, I see the live-work lofts near the Bay Bridge, where Ian and I once watched Raylyn pierce and cut Kathy Opie for one of her bloody self-portraits. There's my house down at the foot of Bernal Hill, where my partner and I now live. Ian, after years in New York, now lives with his family over there in Marin, across the Golden Gate. We point out to each other various other places we've each lived since the 1980s, around Berkeley and Oakland in the East Bay, Potrero Hill, and a half dozen other places in the Mission District here in the city. He says he sat in this very spot once before, smoking pot with our friend Edward, back when he helped Edward run the Lynx SM play parties, which I attended regularly for several years. Off in the middle distance, west of downtown and south of Market Street, stands a large brick building, a fortress really, built in Moorish revival style, complete with crenellated turrets and deeply recessed apertures in the thick walls, from which cannons and
Kink
rifles
dungeon?
could be fired. It is the old San Francisco National Guard Armory on
the
Mission
Kink
at
dungeon.
14th Street.
It's the Kink
We're
dungeon.
both historians, Ian and I, and we have been taught.
Does everyone know what I'm okay, you guys might not actually know what I'm talking about. There's no reason I know this. There's no reason I know this. Okay. What Susan Stryker just talked about is where kink.com films all of their stuff now. That's the building that there's no reason I know this. That's the building that Susan Stryker was just talking about in San Francisco. That's a real building. It is currently owned by kink.com. You guys can't hear it now. There's no reason I know this. Don't look that website up, bot. I mean, I guess you can look it up if you want, but you know, do so at your own risk.
Dimensions, extending our observations into patterns longer than our lived experience. There is Mission Dolores, established by Spanish priests in 1776, and its counterpart, the Presidio, a garrison farther to the west, near the mouth of the bay where the ships come in from the sea. Together, they formed the original instruments of California's conquest and colonization, one housing church and the other army. Behind us, on the crest of Bernal Hill, is a small military telecommunications facility, a nondescript little cinder block building sprouting metal appurtenances, humming low behind a chain-link fence and padlocked gate. It forms part of the current martial occupation and organization of the space we now inhabit. The armory occupies an intermediate time space framed and inflected by these maximal and minimal fixed points and temporal distance within the present built environment. It is the materialized remnant of its own distinctive meshworks of force relations, its own constitutive logics of movement, investment, and territory. Constructed in the years just prior to World War I, the structure addressed itself to the labor upheavals of late 19th century industrial capitalism, to a tradition of urban mass protest, and to lingering memories of civil war. And housing troops and weapons whose function was to suppress popular insurrection and maintain government control over city streets, the armory enacted a shift in military attention. Management of domestic populations supplanted the threat of coastal invasion. Its massive battlements point back in time towards the Presidio, but its placement in a mixed residential commercial working class neighborhood surrounding Mission Dolores anticipates the contemporary biopolitical surveillance state. A block and a half up 14th Street from the Armory is the House of the Golden Bull, where the Lynx play parties took place starting in 1989. The Armory itself had been vacant since 1976, and its state of disrepair mirrored the surrounding neighborhood. Multi-story houses built for multi-generational families around the turn of the last century had gone derelict in the post-World War II flight to the suburbs, and some, like the Golden Bull, had been snatched up by gay men with an eye for abandoned architecture. The Mission District abutted the homocentric Castro neighborhood and functioned in its northwesterly extremes as a spillover zone for populations marginal to the gay male society that had rooted there in the 1960s. A women's enclave had formed in the Mission in the 1970s, a few blocks southeast of the Armory, around Valencia Street between 18th and 22nd, while the epicenter of the city's leather scene had been on the Armory's northern side, in the south of Market District along Folsom Street's Miracle Mile. By the early 1990s, 3 decades of competition for land closer to downtown had driven the leather zone southwesterly toward the Mission. The Catacombs, one of the city's most storied dungeon spaces, had been located a few blocks south of the Armory on Shotwell at 17th. The Catacombs' sudden closure in 1989 contributed to the rise of the Golden Bull as a premier SM party venue. The Golden Bull occupied the geographical
Do I need to explain what SM means to people?
margins of 3 urban zones, each characterized by distinct sexual subcultural formations and social movements: homosexuality and gay liberation, the women's movement and lesbian feminism, and the ars erotica of consensual sadomasochism.
That's what it means.
The property valuations of its
Sadomasochism.
physical site reflected the fallowness of its location and the overarching ecology of the city. The view from the back deck overlooked a disintegrating public housing project. Its immediate neighbors were an edgy, gay-owned art gallery, the Dyke-run Black and Blue Tattoo, Red Doors Bearded Lady Cafe, where underground performance artist Harry Dodge and the lesbian punk band Tribe 8 held court. Pioneers of the pierced and tatted subcultural aesthetic shared street place and substance use habits and job descriptions with the neighborhood's many junkies and sex workers. The Lynx parties occupied a slice of time as precisely cited as their real estate. The AIDS pandemic was in full swing in those years before the antiviral cocktails, and SM seemed situated at the very crux of the crisis. Its precepts of negotiation and consent, its panoply of techniques for eliciting bodily sensation without exchanging bodily fluids, its meticulous disarticulation of erotics from genital sexuality, all promised a viable future. One more paragraph. It was to dungeons such as the Golden Bull that Michel Foucault referred when he noted that, quote, you find emerging in places like San Francisco and New York what might be called laboratories of sexual experimentation. The dungeon, I will suggest in the pages that follow, is indeed just such a productive and transformative space as a laboratory, a space not merely for the discovery of an existing objective world, but a playground, a workshop, or place of study that is a generative space, one facilitative of the materialization of creatively grasped virtualities. It is a place as process, or in geographer Doreen Massey's words, place as a distinctive mixture, gathering and manifestation of local and global social, economic, and communications relations that knot themselves up together for a length of time and which become concretized in the objects that collectively constitute their place by assembling there. So, what the rest of the piece does is that after situating this party space in a very specific historical and physical environment, it talks about how all of these different social forces and histories become something that you like literally embody through your practice with other people, and it's like it's part of what makes you sort of who you are and your historical, contingency and specificity. So the article goes on from there, but that's the setting. Okay.
Amazing. Thank you. So if you weren't horny before, you've amped it up.
So let me just say one thing. The reason as I was reading it, I was going like, oh, they're not knowing who I'm going to talk about the armory.
Everyone in the chat is paying attention to the presentation, right? We aren't just chatting amongst ourselves about things that aren't relevant, like Japan. Everyone in the chat is paying attention, right?
But the armory building in that neighborhood. It's like it's been many different things, you know, different times, as I was saying there. But what it became at the time I was writing this was the Armory had been purchased by Kink.com.
See?
Right. And so it was a porn studio. And so there was something that I was writing about how it's like, oh, this is a neighborhood where it's like people used to physically get together in old buildings and like tie each other up and beat each other up and have a really good time.
So Susan Stryker is essentially pissed off that Kink.com purchased the Armory because there was a budding queer, and as a reminder, queer is a far left political ideology. Queer has nothing to do with being gay or trans. It is a far left political ideology. You can be gay without being queer. You can be trans without being queer. But essentially, it's an anti-capitalist, anti-assimilationist political ideology. Kink.com purchasing the Armory building was an example of capitalism. They made something that was collective and organic and all this stuff. They made it a capitalist endeavor.
Now it's the neighborhood where that's staged on a stage for, you know, profit, and it's completely dematerialized. And so you have the larger story of how like San Francisco became, you know, through tech, you know, its sexual subcultures became something other than they had been at the time that I was writing.
Yeah, and that you juxtapose that with the space of the Lynx party, right? That there still was a vibrant underground kind of dungeon-based community, even in the shadow of that kind of corporatized Kink.com.
Well, right. So it had been that a play neighborhood that then becomes a commercialized porn production neighborhood. You know, so like that's part of what happened. Yeah.
How are we doing on the sound? We're gonna try one more thing.
Right.
We're gonna see.
If not, I can describe it all to you. You can visualize it,
Amazing.
you know.
Actually, could you reenact it? I mean, interpretive dance.
Volunteer.
I would love for you to give just like a brief overview synopsis so that we know what we're watching, especially because we're only going to watch up until the blowjob. We're not going to see the whole thing. So if you could give us kind of a sense of it.
Yes. So I created Crossing so long ago. I was just watching it and I'm like laughing at myself. But you know, but I wanted to create something that was a matter of fact, just the same way I feel about trans people. We're a matter of fact. We're here, right? So I wanted to show how kink is not so far off from average, regular, everyday things. So I kind of mix in, there are 3 sets of, I guess, couples, which is me and my partner at the time, you know, dressing in 3 different ways, which was fun. And really just showing different kinds of people and different ways that they interact, touch each other. And so it's all blended into normality. This is what I was trying to get at. This is all normal behavior. Nothing to see here. I mean, unless you want to, but you know. So yeah, so there are several scenes of play, pickup, negotiation, kind of facial expressions, words that people exchange. And there's a lot of kind of voiceover talking about what it means to negotiate, what fantasy looks like, and when you turn it into reality. And so there are different scenes from making out to the blowjob, and me having a scene where my partner was giving me a great pummeling, which was nice. And I still have my tits in this video, so it's nice to watch. And so, yeah, so it kind of just shows these things separately, but at some point we blend it all together and show like a stream of all of these actions kind of being just normal things that we do.
Amazing. Thank you.
I hope we get to watch it. That'd be pretty great, actually.
So thanks to everyone for your patience around our tech issues, but I think you could get a taste of what we were looking at here. And thank you, Ignacio, for sharing that with us. I know that is a deep cut, right? It was a long time ago. And something that I found really engaging and intriguing was one of the voiceover quotes that is talking about fantasizing and negotiation.
They're trying to pump the Zoom audio into the room so they can play it for everyone. That's what's going on right now. We just have to bear with the audio issues, guys. It's the way it works.
And in the voiceover, it says, planning out what you fantasize about really takes you to this space, this place of transforming what's in your mind to experiencing it in your body. And so Susan introduced the concept of space and place. And this is another way to kind of think about the question of space and place, that it is a container for moving from fantasy or something intellectualized to embodiment. And like, it seems to me that this is also, could also be some folks' experience of gender, right? As a process of fantasy, transformation, embodiment. Can you talk a little bit about like your thoughts on that relationship?
Yes, I mean, thinking about places like laboratories, it's like it's very closely related because like gender is a concept in our mind, right? It brews
Gender
here.
is a concept in our
Then
mind.
if we decide to verbalize it or express it, right, becomes embodied once we tell someone, wear something different, walk differently, change our voice, we're embodying it. And with kink or fantasy, it's an idea or even a curiosity or even a fear, something that pops up, right, that we want to tackle, we want to engage in, and then we find a partner or partners, we talk to someone, see if it's interesting, if somebody takes, so it is an unfolding, it's a process that happens. I kind of say it's like a very anti-capitalist process, right? Slow moving from thought to actually inception. And for some folks, those
It's an anti-capitalist process. Kink is an anti-capitalist process. You don't say. You don't say. Can I clip that real quick? You don't say. Kink is an anti-capitalist practice.
change our voice, we're embodying it.
Hang on, I want to get the gender piece.
Can you talk a little bit about like your thoughts on that relationship?
Yes, I mean, thinking about places like laboratories, it's like it's very closely related because like gender is a concept in our mind, right? It brews here. Then if we decide to verbalize it or express it, right, becomes embodied once we tell someone, wear something different, walk differently, change our voice, we're embodying it. And with kink or fantasy, it's an idea or even a curiosity or even a fear, something that pops up, right, that we want to tackle, we want to engage in, and then we find a partner or partners, we talk to someone, see if it's interesting, if somebody takes, so it is an unfolding, it's a process that happens. I kind of say it's like a very anti-capitalist process, right? Slow moving from thought to actually inception. And for some folks, those things stay here, right? These fantasies live here, these ideas live here, and it can shift depending on who you are, where you live, the experiences you've had. I also think about this thing around space and race. Because way back when I was getting into kink and leather scene, I mean, me and my friends, my beloveds, my chosen family, we would occupy space as people of color in droves, right? We would come 10 at a time, 5 at a time, to support one another because we wanted to enter these spaces, but they were not, we weren't talking about race at that time. Not talking about race, not talking about class, not much talking about disability or anything, so going into those spaces were shocking when we have this idea in our minds, and that idea has been cultivated by society, right, that this is a white thing, this is what white people do, and I knew that wasn't true, and so it was an opportunity for us to go to take up space in these places with support, and then being able to see things, analyze them, talk it through, and really like decide how we're going to embody these things, right? Outside of what we felt was, racist or however, like we got to create something from experiencing that and also our own knowledge of knowing, but still just entering into a new space. So it's not, for me, it was about transness, queerness, race, these spaces that we don't often have access to.
Thank you. You mentioned having choosing to embody the choice to create. This reminds me of Susan, the way you talk about, I'm going to quote from a part that you didn't read, but you talk about the conceptualization of the body or embodiment as a critical space, a distance between stimulus and response created by the complex social pathways converging in the dungeon. So can you put that in conversation maybe with what Ignacio was describing?
Yeah, so just to give a little background on what I wrote in the piece, there was the description of a flogging scene where like several of us are like flogging, one person, and I was sort of thinking about, what I was calling a percussive symphony of all of the ways that the world acts on you, and we're kind of like acting out the ways that like social environment, social cues, it's like gender us in particular ways and sort of help us sediment our own sense of what our body is. And when you introduce a question of agency into that, like, oh, it doesn't have to be like what you're automatically scripted to do and be by society, that you're inserting this gap or a space or a lag in time, between the way that you receive input from the world and how you're in that, we can call it fantasy space, and then you decide to act or not act on some of the things that are circulating through you or the way you're imagining how they can be different, like that's the creative play space for me, like that space of imaginative transformation. There's a theorist that I quoted in the articles, French psychoanalytic theorist Gaston Bachelard, and he writes about the imagination and reverie and daydream, and he says that if I can remember this off the top of my head, he says it's like that's what the function of unreality is that it inserts itself into your actions and disturbs and awakens the sleeping being who is lost in its automatisms. And so that idea of you, and particularly for me about transness, like a sense of it's in the social space of the dungeon that is a play space where you are with others. I mean, it could also be in a relationship with somebody else or an auto relationship with yourself. But like you find these spaces where you're creating space for the possibility of difference to emerge from in relationship to desire and identity. And it's like, and so that for me is where I would imagine questions of racialization would come in. It's like it becomes a place to engage in a sociality with other people where you're both like taking things from like how the world positions you, imagining otherwise, is like creating a new way of being with people in that space that's centered on questions of agency and consent and becoming.
That's what I love about the dungeon or the laboratory, however we want to call it. I love that so much that emerges from there. And it makes me think, I think right now, dungeon spaces are absolutely much more open and, have less rules or no rules about transness, but way back when there was, specifically about trans women entering spaces or showing genitals and things like that. And it was interesting because the conversations were, these spaces actually invite and create spaciousness for gender exploration, because we have littles, we have people doing gender play, doing sissification, doing all types of stuff. And so we accept, like, I can see a person in a little girl's outfit, and I know how.
Are you serious? Grow the fuck up. Grow the fuck up. This is not, no. I should permanently ban you for putting this in my chat. Grow the fuck up. There is nothing that pisses me off more than people who say, "Oh my god, it's a video on the screen that I don't. I'm gonna spurg out, guys. I'm gonna spurg out." Like, shut the fuck up. This is a serious endeavor. You can't sit here like an adult and watch a video or go somewhere else without getting your emotions all in a fucking twist. Conservatives like to say that it's everyone, the left is the one that has feelings, the left is the one that puts emotion before everything. No, it's conservatives who put their emotion before everything. It's conservatives who put their feelings ahead of, like, actually doing what's required to do anything. This is not that transgressive. Yet. Maybe it'll get there and maybe it won't. But honestly, if you're spurging out over this, you are useless to us. Go back to Fox News. Go. There's the door. Go.
To refer to this person, I will respect that character in this dungeon space, right? So there's a certain way that we have of even being respectful and honoring someone's character, the other person that they are in those spaces. And so it was interesting that actually happened, right? That there was a point in time where we actually were arguing about trans women being in a play space, which was ridiculous. But it's like we can't like engage in this kind of play, saying the play is totally fine, let's do sissification and stuff, but not allow for someone who is living this life outside of the dungeon to come in and express and be safe. So it was a disconnect there for a good while, and then we got smart.
Well, let me jump in right on that personal story. So about the Lynx play parties in San Francisco. So I got to San Francisco like in '83. There was already a subculture that was established there. I wasn't out as trans. I was in grad school at that time, but it was part of personal practice, and I was looking for community. And the Outcasts, which was the women's SM group, Gail Rubin had been part of it. The story she told me about that group was there had been a larger women's, lesbian separatist BDSM community, and the question of trans women participating had come up. This is in the 70s, and some people were very opposed to it and some didn't care. And so Gail said, okay, like all the ones who like don't care if trans women are in our play spaces, like come over here, we'll be the Outcasts. All right. And so the other group, the trans exclusive group, folded, but the Outcasts became like the main lesbian BDSM group in San Francisco. So I wrote to them and I said, look, I don't think of myself as a guy. I have a play practice with my partner who is lesbian identified. I'm probably in a transition at some point, but like that is not who I am in play space. And they just said, our rule is if you walk in the world as a woman, it's like you can be part of the club. And if you can't, it's not your time yet. And like that is totally legit, in my opinion, right? And then they said, however, we also have informational meetings, like anybody can come to. And turns out we're having this program coming up next quarter on gender and play. And there's this new party that's forming called Lynx. It's like that postmodern kind of beat. It wasn't like old leather that was like, heavily into roles and whatever. It's just kind of like, nope, these are the freaky deaky smart people who are just like getting their freak on however they want. It's like there's more like free jazz improvisation BDSM, right? Just like it would be great. And so it's like I went my entree into the women's leather community in San Francisco was to go to an informational meeting at Outcasts and like plug into the Links parties like from the word go, and the Links party just sort of became my erotic home. It's just like that really is, I would say, where I fully came into myself and was wrestling around with like, how do I bring together things that I learned in the ivory tower? I'm reading Michel Foucault, right? And I'm in dungeon space, with, props and
Master Shake. What did this might seem like a small point. I know I just sounded like I just had an orgasm, and I kind of did. I kind of just had an intellectual orgasm, but you're going to have to bear with me because Susan Stryker literally just confirmed what I've been talking about in terms of the people who developed queer ideology and queer Marxism. They started out in this subculture. They started out at these clubs. They were immersed in the subculture. The subculture came first, and the subculture influenced the academics. And traditionally, we've thought that the academics, the colleges and the universities, were the origin point for all of this bullshit. But no, when it comes to queer Marxism, because queer Marxism is a mutated strain of Marxism, it's like gain of function. It's something different than traditional Marxism based on like Marx and Engels and all those people. Queer Marxism came from the subculture, the professors, the academics that pushed queer Marxism, that wrote the papers, that wrote the books, that did all those things. They started in the subculture. They developed their ideas in the subculture. The streets informed the academy. Exactly. The streets informed the academy. And then they brought the subculture into the colleges and the universities, and then it continued to extrapolate that out. This may seem like an insignificant point, but it's actually not, because the mutation took place in the streets. It took place in a fundamentally different place than where people think this came from. No. This is wrong. Again, you need to listen to what I'm saying. The college didn't go to the streets. The streets went to the college. That is fundamentally different. Listen.
Like that really is, I would say, where I fully came into myself and was wrestling around with like, how do I bring together things that I learned in the ivory tower? I'm reading Michel Foucault, right? And I'm in dungeon space, with, props and costumes and other people. And, and so like for me, it was always my intellectual life as well as my embodied life as a trans person. It's like, it's always been at some level about figuring out these ways of how you shimmer across identity and desire, and how you materialize yourself through your bodily practices and your social practices with other people.
Yeah, exactly. The fountainhead is in the streets. All of the cutting edge underground reality, they're all taking place in these subcultures, these clubs that they're in, these coffee shops that they're going to, these crazy essays that they're reading, which we read sometimes with the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club. All of this underground anarchist shit exists in the subcultures and the sex clubs and the leather scene and the bookstores and the bondage stuff that they do. And that all exists in this weird kind of thing that only these people are involved in. And then they bring that and they bring it into the universities, and then it extrapolates out through the publication of papers and books and weird conferences and stuff like this. So the subculture is the origin point. We are ahead of James Lindsay again. Imagine my shock.
And so it's like maybe my deepest kink is that I intellectualize everything.
Oh yeah, hot.
And it's so good.
Oh baby,
It is.
oh baby.
Some of us can identify with that. In fact, one of the quotes that I wanted to read, partially because I think it's just super hot, but also it relates to what you're talking about. You write, Susan, that the body is a meeting point. So I want to think a little bit about the role of the dungeon space as a place that bodies enter into. in relation to the body itself as a space or a place, as a meeting point. And you say, the body is a meeting point where external lines of force and social determination thicken into meat. That's the part I like. And circulate as movement back into the world. So this reminds me of that shimmering that you're talking about. But what is, what do you think, both of you, is kind of the role of the body as space versus the body in space, in the space of the dungeon?
I'll just be really quick since I said a bunch of stuff a minute ago. I think what do I think? It's like I guess I don't like to think about body in space so much as body as space. It's like there is this way that I think we cut ourselves off emotionally, psychically, perceptually from the material surround that we are in. The way that we cut the line between self and other is something that is itself historically conditioned. You know, we become a certain kind of subject that acts as self and other in a particular way. And what is so cool to me about BDSM practice is it breaks that boundary down in some interesting ways. It's the same reason I like psychedelics. It's like I love just sort of like playing with things that like help you experience your surround differently, and to not to think about your body as a part of a milieu of like material and energetic forces that you just bound in particular ways. And part of the unbinding of that to me is like the politics of that is how you begin to imagine otherwise and relate otherwise and become different in relation to other people, so that you don't think you don't just don't cut yourself off from the living material world that we are of, not in.
I'm thinking about part about what you said was that we take the stuff and it's used outside. I'm thinking about, again, for me, it's about entering into these spaces as a healing place for myself as a survivor, and really trying to find. I felt lots of comfort in kink and communities because of the structure, because it was in a, you must negotiate, you must talk about what you want, you must mention your do's and don'ts, you must do these things, right? So it pushes you to dig deep and look inside. So even though I was very curious and wanting to be a part of this world, I still had to gain those tools. So every time I entered that space, I learned something better and more about myself, about what I wanted or didn't want, where I wanted to be touched or not touched. Because sometimes fantasy is
Jennifer, I
fantastic,
haven't heard anything
you
that
know,
would
it's
give me
in
that
your
idea.
head. But to get that fantasy out into
I mean,
doing
like,
it.
I think I don't know. I think that's a little bit assumptive. I think that I would not make the assumption that they can't orgasm, honestly. Also, remember, for them, sex is a political act. So I wouldn't say that, but I understand why you might have guessed that. It's a good question.
You really see all the steps that take place. It's not a porn, right? Porn is very, structured. It's created for a particular reason, for a particular gaze, for money, right? And this is something different. This is something created for a variety of reasons, whether that's for healing, because it feels fucking great, because you had a bad day, because whatever. That's the beauty of it, that there's so many roads to it. But once you get there, there's still an ethic. There is a rubric, if you want to say, something that tells us this is how we function in these spaces. And it also helps me really navigate stuff around race a lot better, actually. I mean, because I refused to believe that entering into these spaces meant that no one was a racist. And I was like, that's bullshit, right? We are, and these are everyday people and stuff, but, and I could never know this stuff, but I can create boundaries. I can say what I'm not going to do this with this particular person, or I'm going to do this. I'll allow myself to do that, right? So it gave me so much more language and so much more agency to say, actually, I can craft this out. I can do this one thing with this person that I really like, but I don't think I could do this other activity that's way more involved, right? So it really continued to teach me deeper about yeah, what the hell do I want? Because it's really hard to get to the want, especially when your body has been a site of oppression for so long, you know. And so,
The
yeah,
body is the
what is
site
it
of
that I
oppression.
want? And so, talking about it, you know, and going through trial and error, of course, is the beauty of it. But there's so much spaciousness for that trial and error to figure it all out.
Yeah, I was just thinking when you were talking there about the idea of safe space, right? And there's so much of the way that that word gets used now. It's like, you can't do that here, you know, like this is safe space, rather than the idea of like, you know, we got good boundaries. People are watching. We're all skilled. We know what we're doing. It's like, just play the like, oh, let it rip, you know, you know, and that's safe in a different way because you trust your environment rather than feel like you need to protect yourself from it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Ignacio, I'm really interested in the juxtaposition you set up between the learning space of kink practice and porn. And I'm wondering about, you know, your work in porn and in sex work and as a sex educator. So do you see that kink is more of a space of learning for you and porn is more of a space of teaching?
no, so porn, I think, depending, because porn is vast, right? There's so many different kinds of porn you can watch, but I think porn can be a site of education to an extent. To an extent. If it's the only thing you're using, then absolutely not. But it's a point for, you know, education. It's a great place for fantasies to brew, right? It's a great lab because it's like, if you don't know what the hell you're into, watch some porn, right? Something might really turn you on that you have never even considered. Or maybe you'll learn that I like watching that by myself and masturbating, but I like to take the other thing inside to the dungeon, right? It really is, again, it goes really to this sense of connectedness with yourself, or at least trying to engage with it, right? Because we are ultimately giving roles. We're given roles from the day that we're born, all types of roles. And here, we get to you know, just destroy those roles and rebuild them up, and we can change them every single time we walk into a dungeon space. It never has to stay the same, and that's what's beautiful about it. But so with porn, educational, entertaining, great idea percolation there. With kink, I think it's the theory to practice. It is the embodiment of the actual fantasy. It is the unfolding of that fantasy, and really, and then also the possibility of really assessing the after, you know, afterwards. You can assess: was that good? Did I like it? Do I want to do it more? Did it suck? Why did it suck? Even that. I mean, like, even within kink, just we are just taught to really analyze these things, because it only makes it better for the next time. The more you check out what you did and think about it, talk about it with others, like being geeks and talking about sex and play all the time, it's the next time will be better and better and better for you, because you'll refine it. You'll get to understand what you want, how long you want it, and who you want it from.
I need to clip this. I just need to. I need to put this. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. We're gonna go back to where they asked the question about what is the difference between porn and kink. Guys, please make sure you mount the like button if you have not already. I do appreciate it.
We're doing, it's like, just play the like, oh, let it rip, you know. It's, you know, and that's safe in a different way because you trust your environment rather than feel like you need to protect yourself from it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Ignacio, I'm really interested in the juxtaposition you set up between the learning space of kink practice and porn. And I'm wondering about, you know, your work in porn and in sex work and as a sex educator. So do you see that kink is more of a space of learning for you and porn is more of a space of teaching?
no, so porn, I think, depending, because porn is vast, right? There's so many different kinds of porn you can watch, but I think porn can be a site of education to an extent. to an extent. If it's the only thing you're using, then absolutely not. It's a point for, education. It's a great place for fantasies to brew, right? It's a great lab because it's like, if you don't know what the hell you're into, watch some porn, right? Something might really turn you on that you have never even considered. Or maybe you'll learn that I like watching that by myself and masturbating, but I like to take the other thing inside to the dungeon, right? It really is, again, it goes really to this sense of connectedness with yourself, or at least trying to engage with it, right? Because we are ultimately giving roles. We're given roles from the day that we're born, all types of roles. And here we get to, just destroy those roles and rebuild them up. And we can change them every single time we walk into a dungeon space. It never has to stay the same. And that's what's beautiful about it. But so with porn, educational, entertaining, great idea, percolation there. With Kink, I think it's the theory to practice. It is the embodiment of the actual fantasy. It is the unfolding of that fantasy, and really, and then also the possibility of really assessing the afterwards. You can assess: was that good? Did I like it? Do I want to do it more? Did it suck? Why did it suck? Even that. I mean, like, even within Kink, just we are just taught to really analyze these things, because it only makes it better for the next time. The more you check out what you did and think about it, talk about it with others, like being geeks and talking about sex and play all the time, it's the next time will be better and better and better for you, because you'll refine it. You'll get to understand what you want, how long you want it, and who you want it from. Right?
So I want to shift gears a little.
Okay, hang on. Let me get this clip. I just want to reference something Jennifer said in the chat because I vehemently disagree with it in this context. In general, I would agree with it, but again, we always have to keep in mind what we're actually watching, and this is a mistake that a lot of people make, where you're looking at something the left is doing and you're saying, well, maybe that's a good thing. No, it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing at all. And this is no offense to Jennifer. We love Jennifer. I think it's very healthy to have conversations about sex and personal preferences. I don't mind people having conversations about sex. Obviously, I talk about sex all the time. I joke about sex all the time. But we're not doing a general statement right now, Jennifer. We are doing a class and a research project, and it is fundamentally different. And when people put stuff like that in the chat, and this happens all the time, and I always have to stop and I always have to say something, because as soon as someone puts something like that in the chat, the whole chat gets distracted with that thing, and then the whole thing goes off the rails. And I've been doing this a long time, and I know exactly what is happening right now and what is about to happen, because it already started to happen in the chat after you put that in the chat. So no offense to you. I'm not trying to make you feel bad or anything like that. This happens all the time. You saying that this is not what the left is doing. The left is not having an open general conversation about sex and being comfortable with sex in our bodies. That is not what is going on here. Queer for the left is a political act. Kink for the left is a political act. This is not about being comfortable in our bodies and all of these things. This is a political act to push a political agenda that is fundamentally designed to destabilize gender and also destroy the nuclear family. And I know that might seem weird for people who are new to this stuff. Jennifer doesn't watch a lot of this stuff with me, so again, I'm really not trying to make her feel bad. But you have got to understand what you are looking at, and you have got to understand what we were doing, and you've got to understand what is helpful and, quite frankly, what is not helpful in this context. It is not helpful to say the left might be right about this, because they're not. That's not what's going on here. It's the same time everyone comes into the chat and they go, well, there are problems with capitalism. Well, yeah, there are problems with capitalism, but that doesn't mean that what the left is even talking about is even the same definition of what you have. It is a fundamentally different thing. And so or people say things like, Karlyn, we don't really own our houses and blah, blah, blah. Well, now you're having a libertarian conversation that also has fuck off nothing to do with what is actually going on the screen. And so people just people do this because they want to feel good. I don't know exactly why people do it, but people have got to keep in mind when we're watching this stuff, This is a class and this is a research project to be able to figure out what these people are teaching in the real world and what they believe and what their perspectives are and what the evolution and origin of this whole thing is. That is what we're doing here. We're not having a conversation about sex to be comfortable with our bodies and that sort of thing. That's not what's going on. That's not what they're doing. That's not what their purpose is. And if we take our eye off the ball of what this actually is, all of a sudden people go in 50 billion different directions and the entire point of the exercise is lost. So, I asked everyone earlier. I'm going to ask everyone again. We have got a lot of content to get through today. I am not doing a lot of commentary because we have a lot of content to get through today. But please, 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 can we focus on what is being said? And can we focus on what the content of this is? I would appreciate it. So you've got a super chat from Average Person. This is actually a fascinating topic, much more tame than I anticipated. I think the next presentation is going to be spicier than this one. I always expected the next one to be the spicy one. But I wanted to have this one because Susan Stryker is a historian that I've quite frankly been using a lot in my book. So I want to hear about this because, and we've actually gotten some good stuff also out of this one. So.
Little bit, because in Dungeon Intimacies, Susan, you situate SM subculture in San Francisco in relation to the AIDS pandemic. And this is a quote you read to us tonight. You said that SM seemed situated at the very crux of the crisis with its precepts of negotiation and consent, its panoply of techniques for eliciting bodily sensations without exchanging bodily fluids, its meticulous disarticulation of erotics from genital sexuality. So this actually made me think a lot about the impact of COVID as a pandemic that we all lived through, and the way that it shifted our BDSM practices, our gender identities, right? So many people went into COVID and did a lot of self-exploration around gender. So do you, if gender...
I need to clip this. I'm sorry. I need to clip this. You're talking about COVID changing the way that we relate to kink and gender? Hang on.
So I want to shift gears a little bit because in Dungeon Intimacies, Susan, you situate SM subculture in San Francisco in relation to the AIDS pandemic. And this is a quote you read to us tonight. You said that SM seemed situated at the very crux of the crisis with its precepts of negotiation and consent, its panoply of techniques for eliciting bodily sensations without exchanging bodily fluids, its meticulous disarticulation of erotics from genital sexuality. So this actually made me think a lot about the impact of COVID as a pandemic that we all lived through, and the way that it shifted our BDSM practices, our gender identities, right? So many people went into COVID and did a lot of self-exploration around gender. So do you, if dungeons can be gender laboratories, then how have you seen the COVID pandemic shape and shift the kinds of gender awareness that we have developed over the last 5 years? Do you see any relationship there?
Again, I'll be brief because it's like, I don't know if I know anything beyond my personal experience and seeing a lot of social media stuff of people going like, my egg cracked while I was, in COVID lockdown. But to bring it back to the themes of the article, this idea of like, how do you create a space between like all the stories of the world that you were caught up in, who people expect you to be, what you're supposed to do at work, where you shop, like there's a whole social world that reinforces a sense of who you are, and to cut yourself off from that, in this case, sitting home staring at your Zoom screen, in the lockdown, it's like it was another moment, I think, mass mass numbers of people disengaging from their usual world, and that's what creates the space to just give them that little bit of a, oh, I could be somebody else. I could do something else. Just like I don't have to be this thing that everybody expects me to be. And you've got that time and space to then like fantasize, experiment, test out, being at home by yourself and interacting only with people who are on the other side of the little Brady Bunch squares on a Zoom screen. Just like it's another kind of safe space or safer space to try yourself out.
I was thinking a lot about like wait, I had another brain fart. Can you tell me again the question?
About how COVID has shifted gender and
thank
our
you.
relation to BDSM.
Yes, what I was thinking about was the way in which COVID created like people starving and hungry for touch. I remember that conversation because I remember so many people were like, "Oh my God, I haven't been touched in so long. I'm so lonely. I'm so." I think it dug into people, especially non-kinky people and stuff. It dug into them in a different way. Like I need this connection with other people, and I heard a lot of people actually taking risks, right? To go out to have to a fuck buddies and stuff because they said, "Fuck it, I need touch. I need to be near somebody because it's been so long." And there were people in their homes for a year or 2 years without, connecting with someone. So I think that that being taken away, I think sparked something because for sexual minorities, shit's been taken away from us so much, and we navigate that. I mean, when COVID started, I was already talking to a whole bunch of other sex positive, sex educators, kinky people, and saying, "What are we gonna do? Like, how are we gonna like go around this so we can stay playing, right?" And I think somebody even created this cute little video around how to play during COVID times and stuff, but we went straight to organizing, talking to other people, saying, "Yo, how are we gonna fuck? How are we gonna do this? How are we gonna get together?" And other people were just like, "Oh my God, this is the first time I'm experiencing something like this, and I'm gonna take a risk and go out there and get this contact and stuff." So just different avenues for getting there. But I think it was definitely the first time a lot of people were denied connection with another human being in a different way. So I think these new ideas started sparking, and I think the deeper connections to oppression of sexuality, connection, intimacy.
Just to use that phrase from Donna Haraway, where she always talks about thinking with, just like you can also, I think, maybe think about fucking with, it's like you learned back in, the 80s that it's like people learned to fuck with AIDS. It's like that was a bloodborne disease, and you have to think differently about it. It's like, how do you like fuck with and think with differently a respiratory pandemic, but that we are all finding ways of connecting, being ourselves, finding joy and pleasure and erotics and all that's like in relationship to this like world that usually just doesn't want us to be in it in that way.
So
Find our way. Yeah.
I want to interject here and say that we're getting a lot of comments in the chat, and I want to apologize for framing this as if the pandemic is a thing of the past. So people are really interested in hearing how we are
As a reminder, this was a couple months ago. This is not an old video.
engaging with COVID as an ongoing pandemic rather than situating it as something that we're beyond or past. So I think that's important for us to think through as well.
Sure.
Does that shift anything in the way that you all were just talking about?
No, I don't think it shifts anything. I think it's an ongoing negotiation, really. It's a consistent negotiation about space, time, and how we use these spaces and the activities that we can and cannot do because of a particular thing happening. So I think it shifts. We talk about it. We hopefully are negotiating and taking precautions for trying to be safer, because there's no ultimate safe completely.
Okay. So this conversation has really circulated around the question of space, right? The space of the body. We've talked about the space of the home, the space of the dungeon, the space of community. So what do you think these various spaces can be for the trans community specifically right now as we face heightened erasure, surveillance, and criminalization? What can they, so in other words, you've talked about spaces as a laboratory. Are there other ways that spaces need to function in this moment in the face of criminalization and surveillance?
That's the conversation right now. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we definitely have to be talking about how spaces, how things are shifting and changing and what we are willing and not willing to do. Yeah. Um, it is, we have these relationship with the things that you mentioned, home for a lot of trans people, there is no home, right? Home becomes our body, our connections with our chosen family members and stuff.
Chosen family.
Then dungeon
Replacement for the
spaces are
nuclear
an
family is the
extension of a
chosen
place
family.
where we can have some freedom, be free, and engage in particular ways. And as we are in this new regime, with everything that's coming up, we definitely have to consider what what language we're still willing to use, and how we set up space. And right now, talking about who are the most marginalized, who are, we want to center those who are most marginalized. And it seems like, I mean, it seems like, when we're putting things in big groups, there are those that are not rich and white, and then everybody else. And a huge part of that is trans people. And right now, we are a small percentage of all of that, yet there's so many policies and things against us, which to me feels like very indicative of our power and how we've shifted things, from 2008, when we're talking about writing, you writing this and me doing this, little film, my experimental film, how much has shifted since then. A lot shifted in positivity, and now it's going right on back. It's like trying to shift it back because the waves, the education, the acknowledgement, the witnessing, everything that we've accomplished in these communities. I mean, people are asking for your pronouns, forms have shifted. We are seeing, trans people and gender nonconforming and fluid people all over the place, right? We are having language for this, and that is a no-no. That is a big no-no. We've completely shifted the landscape. We've shifted it so much that there are so many people, much more people identifying as gender nonconforming, that what we're doing is blurring these identities, right? We're kind of taking it and knocking it
I
out.
have to get a clip of this. I'm sorry. They're basically saying, guys, you know those weird kinky subcultures? We did all this. We did all this gender shit. We are the ones that did the pronoun shit. We have shifted the entire fucking culture. This was us.
We definitely have to consider what language we're still willing to use, and how we set up space. And right now, talking about who are the most marginalized, who are, we want to center those who are most marginalized. And it seems like, I mean, it seems like, when we're putting things in big groups, there are those that are not rich and white, and then everybody else. And a huge part of that is trans people. And right now, we are a small percentage of all of that, yet there's so many policies and things against us, which to me feels like very indicative of our power and how we've shifted things, from 2008, when we're talking about writing, you writing this and me doing this, little film, my experimental film, how much has shifted since then. a lot shifted in positivity, and now it's going right on back. It's like trying to shift it back because the waves, the education, the acknowledgement, the witnessing, everything that we've accomplished in these communities. I mean, people are asking for your pronouns, forms have shifted. We are seeing, trans people and gender nonconforming and fluid people all over the place, right? We are having language for this, and that is a no-no. That is a big no-no. We've completely shifted the landscape. We've shifted it so much that there are so many people, much more people identifying as gender nonconforming, that what we're doing is blurring these identities, right? We're kind of taking it and knocking it out the fucking park, right? And it's like, wait, this is way too confusing. How are we going to categorize people right now, right? So because these wonderful shifts have been made where people are like, actually, I'm non-binary. Actually, this. It's like, wait a minute, let's take it all back. We need to shift this. Now let's take away all these rights. It's starting with the kids. We have to take these things away from the kids. We have to do so as to be such a small, percentage of all the people that are being affected, but there are so many laws that are coming at us, speaks volumes that we have the power. We have the creativity. Like we've had it. We've always had it. The difference is we're very, very good at surviving. We're fucking excellent at it, right? But we need to get to another place of thriving. And this system continues to try to knock us down, not to get to that thriving piece. And dungeon spaces were those pieces of thriving, right? The little slice of heaven that we can have for ourselves, that we can be completely naked, free, and not be judged or harmed. And here we go again, back to kind of ripping those things away.
All right, hang on.
That you said.
Hang on. Let me grab that clip. That was a pretty great clip. That clip should be a lot more impactful than it's going to end up being, because conservatives aren't going to see the point in it, because it's not flashy or sexy, or like it doesn't have nudity, and it doesn't have, so I mean, that clip isn't going to be as popular as it could be, but that clip just gave away the ball game. They're saying this is where all this crazy shit come from. It came from us. It came from our subculture that started in kink dungeons in San Francisco, and then it permeated out into literally everything else, and every crazy idea originated at the kink fucking dungeons in San Francisco. Anyway,
the two thoughts came to my mind. One of them is that 20 years ago, it turns out, I made a film called Screaming Queens: The Riot at Compton's Cafeteria, which was about a riot in San Francisco in 1966.
We need to watch that.
And that still gets
Compton's
shown
Cafeteria
a lot.
riot.
And
I wrote about that in the
earlier
book.
this year,
Screaming Queens.
it was streamed online in a Russian film festival in exile. There was a queer film festival that used to be in Moscow, but it's so draconian over there. Many people left, and they now run this film festival in exile. And so they will, it's media from all around the world. They'll subtitle everything in Russian. They would do live, and it's for people in the Russian diaspora, as well as people using VPNs to access content from within Russia. It was very clandestine. But after they screened the film, I was on a live Q&A as a director talking with
Compton's Cafeteria riot, for people who don't know, Compton's Cafeteria riot happened 3 years before Stonewall. Stonewall is generally considered to be like I actually just was reading about this. So I'm actually working on the chapter about the Stonewall riot right now in my book. So I was just reading about this earlier. Stonewall is considered to be like the moment that kicked off gay liberation or whatever the fuck, but it wasn't. Compton's Cafeteria riot happened 3 years before that in San Francisco in the Tenderloin. And that was basically one of the first, it was very similar to Stonewall in that Compton's Cafeteria was just a place that, all of these rejected gay kids hung out at, the trans kids, the drag queens, all this stuff. They just hung out at it. You could get cheap coffee there and basically be left alone. Well, the new management came into Compton's cafeteria and it started giving the all the gay kids that were there a hard time. And so basically what happened is one night they rebelled and they started throwing coffee and stuff at the police, and then someone set a police car on fire, and there was a big old standoff at Compton's cafeteria riot. And at the time, the most interesting thing about Compton's cafeteria riot is that, and I wrote about this in the first chapter of the the second chapter of the Queer Marxism book, which is up on the Red Menace Collective now. The most interesting thing about it is, at the time that it happened, the city of San Francisco scrubbed all the records. So the reason that Stonewall is generally considered to be kind of the kickoff of queer liberation is because in the Compton's cafeteria riot 3 years earlier, they scrubbed all the records. And so for decades and decades and decades, people had no idea that this Compton's cafeteria thing even happened, except if you were in the underground subcultures where people talked about the Compton's cafeteria thing happening, and it got published in a couple like communist newspapers. No, this had nothing to do with Harvey Milk. No. This had nothing to do with Harvey Milk. Nothing to do with it. I understand that you guys think you know everything because a movie got made. This had nothing to do with Harvey Milk. This was a separate thing. So the reason that people think that Stonewall was the first one is because all the records got scrubbed from this, except the people in the underground subcultures that were reading the subcultural newspapers and had the documents, and they had their little word-of-mouth clandestine thing. And that is eventually how people found out about Compton's cafeteria riot later. Anyway, if you guys are interested in this, I'm actually working on a book called Queer Marxism. I am publishing the draft chapters of the book over on the Red Menace Collective Substack. That is redmenacecollective.substack.com. This is where I publish draft chapters of books that I'm writing as I'm writing them. So you can actually read the book as it's coming together way before it's going to be published as a book. These are draft chapters. There may be typos. There may be things I end up changing. Sometimes chapters get massive rewrites after I even put the draft chapter on the Substack, because that's just what happens when you are writing a book. But if you do want to follow along and get an early preview, I actually write about Compton's cafeteria riot in chapter 2 of the Queer Marxism book, which is the Daughters of Bilitis, which is one of the first like lesbian organizations, and the DOB was actually vehemently against the militantism of the Compton's cafeteria riot people. So it was one of those situations where you had this group of women, of lesbians, that were trying to be assimilationist like gay people. They just wanted to be accepted. They just wanted to be able to get married and like hang out and stuff like that without getting arrested. And then you had the militant queer activist wing, which are the ones that started the riot at Compton's cafeteria. And the assimilationist gay organization never even acknowledged it, even though they were both in San Francisco. So it's not as though they didn't know about it. It just wasn't acknowledged, because it's the difference between the assimilationist like Democrat liberal gay rights activists that just want to be married and left alone, and the militant queer revolutionary Marxists who want to overthrow capitalism and the government and all that stuff. And you always have to keep in mind, there are two different strains of these activists, and people get these confused. The normie gay rights activists that just want assimilation are completely different than the militant queer activists who want to overthrow the system and abolish capitalism and abolish gender and the nuclear family. These are two completely different strains of activism, and people get them confused because they think it's all about being gay. Queer has nothing to do with being gay. Queer is a political ideology. It doesn't actually fucking matter. If you can't, Jeremy, I think you're new here. If you can't explain back what I just explained, here's what I need you to do, Jeremy. I need you to rewind the video, and I need you to watch it again, and then I need you to rewind it again and watch it again, and I need you to do that until you can explain back to me what I just explicitly explained to you, that I've documented with painstaking effort over on this channel, over on my Substacks, stuff like that. I would appreciate it. Okay. I'll click on that to look for later. Anyway, let's go back. Wow. Is this actually open now? Do I need to go to San Francisco? Hang on, let me show you what. Do I need to actually go to San Francisco? Will you guys buy me a plane ticket to go to San Francisco so I can go to this museum? Hang on. Is this actually open now? The Tenderloin is a freaking armpit, but whatever. Is this actually going on right now? For real? I want to go. I want to go. Will you guys buy me a plane ticket to San Francisco? Are you serious? I could do a whole queer tour of San Francisco. I'm going to think about this. I'm going to put together a plan. I'm not even joking about this. I want to go. Let's watch this little preview, I guess.
It was an experience everyone should experience, at least once, if not more.
Yes, absolutely. We're so proud of Shane. This was mandatory reading for everyone in San Francisco, anyone who wants to come here. I feel like it recontextualized what it means to be trans in this day and age, and what it means to be trans in the Tenderloin. And this show wrecked me. Like, I'm recovering, and I'm just so thankful that we have people who are telling these stories. And girl, they said no tears in the Tenderloin, and I stuck them back up for a moment because I was afraid of that cop too. Like, I'm so proud of you, girl. You did so well.
I'm just gonna say too, like, it's so great to share this with these girlies. These are leaders of the city, and I couldn't have done it. I couldn't have done it throughout this time without you. Please come to Compton. Come to Compton.
Join us.
Hi, I just went to Compton's Cafeteria Riot play, and it was being amazing. Literally everyone in the cast is incredible. It will make your day/weekend. It's really powerful. There are really strong parts and really strong, wonderful, heartfelt parts. I literally almost cried multiple times. You also get pancakes, such good vibes, coffee, such good vibes. You get to talk to people you sit by, and it's great.
Oh my gosh, the play was so amazing. It was well acted. It was very solid. And the...
Okay, is there anything else on here? Are you serious? Okay, so these are just all... Wow. When is this running till? The end of October? That's crazy. That's crazy. All right. Well, in my head right now, I'm organizing a field trip to San Francisco. And if I'm going to go to San Francisco to go see this play, then I need to also think about other queer things to do and queer sites to tour and stuff like that. So this could actually be an excellent... I'm actually not even joking about this. This could actually be a really excellent research trip. Obviously, San Francisco is one of the hotbeds of where queer culture started. It was San Francisco and New York, basically. And so, I mean, it actually does kind of make sense and could be a tax write-off for me to go to San Francisco to do a whole queer research trip. So we should kind of think about that. I can get my picture taken outside the Kink dungeon and stuff like that. I'm just kidding about that. Kind of. So I'm gonna think about that. We're gonna think about that. Yeah, we're gonna go undercover to San Francisco. Anarchist book fair. Yup, that's a good point. I could hit up all the socialist bookstores. I'll dress like a non-binary. I will break out the chest binder again. I will dress like a non-binary person. I will dye my hair bright pink or something like that. Nah, Victor doesn't usually go on these things with me. Usually when I'm going on adventures like this, I go by myself. It's just like I mean, he can go. I'm not saying Victor can't. If Victor wants to go, he can go. But I suspect that Victor is not going to want to fly to San Francisco to go see queer shit with me. But maybe he will. I don't know. I'm not saying he... I'm just saying traditionally I do this by myself. Anyway, I'll need a disguise. Yeah, we'll work on that.
Activists in Russia and in the Russian diaspora, and this person in Moscow said the thing that blew me away about that film
I've been to
is
San
that
Francisco before. I just haven't been there
in
for
the
this.
US, it's like trans women could be seen together in public in
Yo,
a cafeteria.
wait.
We only
Is
have an
it-
apartment-based.
Is it all coming together? Is it all coming together? The San Francisco Anarchist Book Fair is on October 18th. Maybe I could do a whole West Coast tour. And I could go from like San Francisco up to Seattle and Portland. I'm not even joking. Maybe I could do that. Maybe I could do that. Maybe I could do a whole, like, I don't know. There was actually, you know what's funny? There was actually something I was looking at in Los Angeles too. Because there's a oh god, is it US, I think it's like USC, maybe it's either USC or UCLA, it's one of those two. Anyway, there is actually an exhibit at a museum at a college in Los Angeles or thereabouts in Southern California where it's the newsletters of the Mattachine Society, where they actually have the whole archive of like the Mattachine Society's newsletters, and they're actually there's an exhibit right now, and I was looking at it, and I was actually thinking that, like, when I found this, like, you know, what it was a couple weeks ago, I was like, yo, it'd be actually pretty cool to go to LA to see that exhibit. But I was like, I can't go to LA just to see this. Like, there would have to be something else. And so maybe I could literally do a whole California / West Coast tour that I could crowdfund to go, and maybe there's some event that I can go to undercover. I can do a whole fuck off event. I'm not going to Denver. Denver is too far. But I could definitely do a whole California, Portland, Seattle thing. Maybe.
Culture in Russia. And just that's like, yeah, it's like they were fighting with the cops in a, you know, sleazy diner in a, you know, bad neighborhood, but it's like they were gathering in public and like they were marking their space. And like the idea is like, oh, you know, just get real about the level of state-based repression, that you cannot have even that.
Hey,
and you
thanks,
can meet
Pete.
only
Appreciate
in subterranean networks and privatized spaces, you know, like either homes or, you know, getting together in dungeon space and these, like, you know, squats and whatnot, but very, very, very clandestine. And so, you know, I think, you know, it's like we should probably be more prepared in the US for that level of repression against trans people and kink. We should not be surprised when it comes down that heavy here. And then on that point, just coincidentally, not long after having been part of that film festival panel discussion, I watched a film about a Russian drag queen. The film is called Queendom. If you haven't seen it, it's about a performance artist who goes now by the name Gina Marvin. I just thought it was brilliant. I mean, that she's a non-binary trans femme identified person who calls what she's doing drag, but it's like it's the most like performance art like drag I have ever seen. And so much of it is just about wearing a certain very highly stylized costume of some sort and walking through public space, right? And so it remarks public space to say, like, there is a trans, queer, kink, drag presence here, and it's so dangerous what she's doing, which is exactly what makes it really powerful, you know, that it shows to me like the political importance of just simply manifesting your queerness and transness and kink and in ways that, like, that it's political in and of itself to do that.
This, what you're saying, totally brings me to, I was in South Africa for a while doing work with some trans organizations there, doing amazing freaking work. And there was a street performance that was made. This is very dangerous, right? Doing a complete like clothing transformation and trans, you know, and it's like just witnessing that, how they take up space, especially when literally their lives are in danger, like anything could happen, and people would let it happen if it happened in front, you know. So it was amazing to like experience watching someone take up space that way, and also, you know, the ways in which other queer and trans people, you know, kind of gathered and circled to do some protection, you know. But that's just, it's super powerful when you take a space. You just say, I'm going to claim this space.
Yeah, I know of stuff like that in Spain as well. Like a lot of the post-porno artivists. There was an action in Barcelona maybe a decade ago now. It was called O Caña. That there was a eccentric artist, political person when Franco was in power. I'm going to forget his whole name, but last name was Ocaña. And that as a protest, he would walk naked through Madrid to protest fascism, and that these like queer, kink, trans, post-porno artists, they did this whole procession through Las Ramblas. You know, it's like in in all of their glory, as a way of just using queer and kink and trans to mark an anti-fascist public space. So.
Nice.
So we are quickly getting to the end, coming up to the end of our time together. I'd like to open it up to just one or two questions in the audience. Do we have anyone who wants to ask a question? What? We have chat questions, yeah. Maybe you want to read some?
Yeah. Okay, let's see. So we've been talking about spaces that are POC, trans folks often don't have access to when talking about embodiment, especially in light of what the past 5 years have done to our disabled and chronically ill members.
USC.
How do we bridge a gap that seems to get wider when conversations of consent start at the very air we're breathing? How can we better, as Susan puts it,
conversations of consent start at the very air we're breathing?
Have access to when talking about embodiment, especially in light of what the past 5 years have done to our disabled and chronically ill members? How do we bridge a gap that seems to get wider when conversations of consent start at the very air we're breathing? How can we better, as Susan puts it, create spaces for the possibility of difference, especially when the difference pertains to a topic that seems not to be in our collective language regarding COVID, illness, and to a certain...
You guys, shit, fuck. I didn't mean to do that, obviously.
Trying to be safer.
Hang
Difference
on.
is,
and these like,
I'm going to claim, know that those
Where's that woman reading?
All of these things.
What
that get
timestamp was that? Did anyone see?
Like there is a trans, queer, kink.
Okay, that's relative.
As well, like a lot.
Questions in the audience?
Okay, audience question. Found it.
Wants to ask a question?
What the fuck was I just saying? Okay, so this is what I want to talk about.
Regarding
everyone knows, right? When they're talking about when Susan Stryker, thank you, bot. When Susan Stryker is talking about spaces where people can be different, these kink spaces that allow them to explore difference, what they're talking about is anti-normativity. Everyone understands that, right? Normativity means the social and cultural norms that uphold capitalism. Queer is an anti-normative, anti-assimilationist political ideology. When they're talking about creating these spaces to explore difference, they're talking about exploring anti-normative, non-normative, non-capitalist, non-assimilationist approaches.
COVID, illness, and to a certain extent, disability at large. Play parties, collectives, etc. And that's from Nihan Alaz.
I don't know if I have the answer to that. I know that there is, I've been hearing a lot of conversation about what can play spaces look like. You know, how can they be different? How can we have a through line of what the messaging is about, like, you know, masking or what. So I don't know anyone who's gotten that answer. I think it's a conversation that definitely is happening. I personally have not been to a dungeon in a while, so I don't know what the protocol is right now, if they're masking or not. So I can't speak to what's happening in particular dungeon spaces. I know that people are creating smaller spaces for themselves and doing it, mask required, no one in if you don't have a mask. And so I know that those are happening. People are just creating these spaces because bigger spaces might not have. They might allow for, you can mask if you want to, don't have to if you don't want to. So sorry, I don't have the answer to that, but I know that that is definitely a deep conversation to be continued, to figure out, not only around COVID, but from other disabilities and access points to having these laboratories as well.
Yeah, and I don't know that I have more to add to that really. I mean, like you, it's like I haven't spent a lot of time in the dungeon in recent decades, but that just the it's always the question in mind about like how are you creating a safe space around you, and I am used to that idea of not assuming, what it's going to be like in terms of masking and other kinds of access. I mean, we all, I think, have our own personal, like, what's my risk level for self and others? And it's like always asking that question. It's like, oh, am I going to be in a small enclosed room with a lot of people? I should mask. And, I've got my mask with me and was masking before we went on. But it's like, oh, it's hard to talk with a mask and a
Yeah, I was just
microphone,
thinking
so I'll
about
take
that
it off. But
the
I'm
other day, actually.
distanced from other people, so it's like we all have those little self-rationalizations that we go through for how we deal with questions of being with others in a way that's like fully inclusive and accessible, and that it's just a constant negotiation.
I know that's in different like events. I've heard people asking folks to bring their cards to show that they've gotten immunized and boosted and all that. But I don't know if that's the answer. I don't know if that's the answer of showing that you got a boost or a shot. I don't think that's the answer, but it's something I think that began the conversation for a lot of spaces, but needs to continue.
Yeah, I was looking at the comment behind, it's like accessibility shouldn't be a negotiation. Totally agree with that. I guess a better way of saying it would be negotiating with people so that we all understand what accessibility needs are in a given location. So thanks for the correction.
Any other way? I think we can do one more question in the room. Anyone in here? Yeah. Yeah. Great.
So I wanted to ask, when we, since we're talking about gender in leather, I think that, leather spaces open up avenues to different gender truths. Somebody can be a woman on the street and in the dungeon be a daddy, so on and so forth. And I wanted to ask if either of y'all could elucidate on that and what kind of gender truths get opened up through sort of leather and dungeon spaces.
Well, for me, like that, the way that I wrote about it in that piece about dungeon intimacy was like, it's that play space of the laboratory of going like, you can just like disassemble yourself. Like all of these things that get compacted together in the dominant culture, you have to be you get lined up in a male, masculine, cis boy way or otherwise. And it's just like go into that space where you can take it all apart. I think it allows for that play of going like, oh, like I am quote unquote female embodied, but I got a lot of daddy energy and I'm gonna be in my daddy space right now. It's like the world might not accommodate that, but it's like the more enclosed space of the dungeon, it's like totally go there. And for me, it's like being a transsexual person is kind of like I felt like what I was finding in dungeon space was a kind of embodied sociality with other people where it's like I could increasingly just sort of put my body where the fantasy was in a way, and then you could make decisions about what capacity do you have for taking those identifications outside the dungeon space? How do you extend it into the world? And that, you know, some things it's like the world doesn't let you make decisions about how it treats you and your body. And in other ways it does. And if you learn a different way of being in that space and you go like, oh yeah, like this is me like 24/7, 365. This is how I want to be in the world. You just like, that's kind of where you can learn how to do it. Or you could say it's like, you know, this is a game for me. Like this is like something that I play. It helps me. I get off on it. It's like, but I'm gonna leave it behind this door, and then I'm gonna like go be in the world in a different way. So it's like that's that agency question. It's like you learn something and then you decide how you were gonna act, and gaining that capacity to imagine otherwise and then to decide about what and how to bring it into the world. That to me is what is truly radical about the dungeon.
Yeah, I think the dungeon space is like it's like practice for a lot of folks, you know. For some it's play and fun and all that, but for a lot it's like the training wheels of how to embody this identity and how to actually even get the witnessing and accolades from others. That is, just beautiful. Like it's like water to the plant, right? It's like here I can get that. I can get people coming up to me and saying, "Oh, your dress is so beautiful. You look fantastic." Or, "The outfit is this. Your nails look great." Right? It's affirmation, affirmation, affirmation. So I see it as that place where people can test things out, and then decide if they're taking it out into the world.
All right. Well, I'm sad to say we have to wrap up.
Is that it?
So thank you so much for this amazing
Cool.
conversation.
All right, presentation 1 done. We got a lot of great clips from that one, but we still have one more to go, guys. We are doing a marathon of the City College of New York Power of Leather workshop series, where they did a whole bunch of workshops on the BDSM leather kink queer community. And I think that this one's going to get a little spicier, if I'm going to be honest. I think this is going to get a little spicier. What we are about to watch is the recording of this event. Can I also say I'm honestly shocked at how few people are attending today? And it's just like, it's to me, it's kind of like when I look at the stream numbers, these are literally like what the fuck does the left have to do to get the attention of people? I mean, honestly, what the ever-loving fuck does the left have to do where people will wake up, remove their heads from their asses, and start paying attention? Because I am showing taxpayer-funded queer leather kink bondage workshops at a university, and apparently conservatives are like, this is boring and stupid. And in those workshops, they are literally saying, hey guys, it's this community that queered all your kids. We're the ones that queered your kids. We're the ones that convinced your kids they needed pronouns. We did all this shit. Like, we literally have a clip of them saying, we are the ones that did all this crazy gender shit in school, guys. Like, it was us. We were really successful, and we're so successful because now you're pushing back on us and you're trying to pass stupid things like laws. But we did this shit. I literally now have them on video saying that, and conservatives are going to be like, it's boring. There's no nudity or explosions. I don't want to watch it. Why are they saying the word, why are they talking so soft? Why is that person trans? They're all ugly. They're all fat. Why are we even doing this? How dare you ask me to mount the, it's like, okay. There's nothing else I can do. I'm literally giving you queer kink bondage workshops in colleges, and no one gives a fuck, which is why we are going to lose and they're going to win. Anyway, the next crazy thing that we're going to cover that we will be the only people on the internet to see because no one else gives a flying fuck is no one else gives a flying fuck until their kid comes home and is queer, by the way. And it's like, people wonder why I've started saying to people, like, your kid should be transed or whatever. It's like, the only time people actually wake up and pay attention to this shit is when it affects them and it affects their family. And it's like, then all of a sudden, no one told us. Here's what conservatives always do. They're like, as soon as some bad shit happens, they're like, no one ever told us. No one told us. No one told us. How can we know? No one told us. And I'm like, Assholes, I was trying to fucking tell you for years and you said, it's boring. They're all stupid. They're mentally ill. Why do we have to do this? Can't you just make a clip and explain this? This is boring. They're ugly. They're fat. I don't want to be here. It's like, and then their kid comes home queer. And they're like, no one told us. How come no one told us? Like, fuck you. Yeah, they don't have jobs. They don't have jobs. Next, we're going to be watching the recording of this presentation called Reverence. And this was actually a ticketed event. People paid to go to this. Reverence, bootblacking, and the legacies that bind us. This was held at the Center for LGBTQ Studies at the City College of New York. Bootblacks connect the leather community to its roots. Its lust for leather, the queer intimacies and archives forged through revered objects indeed. Its commitments to mutual aid. Holy shit. Mutual aid mentioned in the presentation description. I love it. And the scent of a Hubbard's in the dark, crowded basement. But as an intergenerational practice passed on through mentorship, most bootblacks carry on the legacies of those who came before them, legacies that massaged into the leathers of those lucky enough to take a seat on their stands. I have no idea what any of this shit is, and, we're going to learn. So we're going to get into this presentation. Hope everyone's here for it. And, let's get this party started.
Sync clap 2 with
masks. Look at the masks. They're all wearing, oh my god, they're all dressed up. They're all dressed up. This is at a university. This is about, yeah. Is this about them licking shoes? Is that what this is about? Is that what bootblacking, are they licking shoes?
To Reveries. It's a series of in-person dialogues, interactive performances, and community events exploring leather sex, sadomasochism, and leather culture.
They're all dressed in leather.
The series has been presented by CLAGS, the Center for LGBTQ Studies at CUNY, and organized by us, Laura Westengard, that's me, and Cassandra Sparks.
Thank you. We have had 4 incredible conversations around racialized erotics and leather, the abject, exigent sadism, and dungeons as gender laboratories for trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming people. Our speakers have bridged academia and community. Ariane Cruz, Mama Vi, King Cobra, Empress Wu, Aki Sakitopolu, Yin Q, Susan Strager, Ignacio Rivera, and now the panelists that you are about to meet.
Yeah, it's been quite a year. We actually met at a Kink Out event about a year and a half ago, Farewell to Hell. Who was there? Who went to Farewell to Hell? Anybody here? Yeah. So Cassandra and I met there, and we discussed the place of kink in academia, or the lack thereof. And at one point, I asked Cassandra, what would your fantasy be as a scholar and a community member?
And I said that I had a fantasy of spaces where we could not just talk about kink and leather sex, but actually engage in the pleasure of it. Engage in the experience of being together as community, of the feelings, the libido, the desire that make these community spaces possible. Like, what would happen if we were to fuse those things together?
So, like a proper Virgo Aquarius duo, can you guess who's the Virgo? By the following September, we had made this happen. actually, you all made it happen. Your enthusiasm for these conversations, located at the center of pervert smarty Venn diagram, meant that we filled the halls of the CUNY Graduate Center with a sexiness factor, the likes of which they had never seen. So thank you for coming to Midtown in your fetish wear.
Woo! And thank you
That's a
to
clip.
Flags. Like, seriously, y'all, first of all, we have overwhelmed them. They have never met people as hungry as you all for all of the stuff we are putting together. And this entire year, we have thrown everything at them, and every single time they have been like, totally fine, give us more. And honestly, at this moment in time, having an academic institution that supports radical, transgressive, queer programming is urgently needed and important. So we thank CLAGS from the bottom of our hearts for supporting this work. That was intentional.
So I want to give a shout out to CLAGS' donation page. If you want to keep seeing free public programming like this, you can go to clags.org, C-L-A-G-S, and donate. Show them how much we care in this community. And thank you all for coming here to this culmination of our fantasy made flesh. We are so excited to turn it over to our moderator today, Tina
Very
Horn,
excited.
to help us properly intellectualize Hubbards for the next hour and a half.
This is at a college. Taxpayer-funded college.
Thank you, Laura. I am not gonna intellectualize anything. I'm a bimbo. So. Oh yeah, wait. Is this one mine? Which one's? I'm just gonna put this here. Bend over, walk the stop. Yes. Oh no, wait. This one is yours. I think you have to scoot down. Oh, I think that's case. I think.
Yeah, the outfits really make it, I think.
Oh, my script, dear God. Is that a proper bimbo reaction to that? Okay, hi everybody. Just coming up with reasons to show you my ass.
I can't see.
Yeah. So, I'm Tina Horn. Did I say that already? I'm gonna put this Hubbard on top of this script. So, this panel is from now until 4 o'clock. So plan your scenes accordingly. Let's see what else. So we're not being live streamed. You can all be very present. But we are being recorded, so behave accordingly. Let's see what else. Oh, we have a quick and easy photo policy. Photos and videos are allowed outside. This is outside. But no photos are allowed of people with green glow sticks. Please get consent of anyone being photographed. Does everyone on the panel consent to be photographed? No? Okay. Confusing consent. That's not allowed here. I hope so, because we're being recorded. You already agreed to that? Okay. Finally, oh, and so we're going to have a Q&A. This plant is trying to be a part of my hair. We're going to have a little bit of time at the end for Q&A, if we have time. That's a big if. So if you want to ask a question, you can take this time to think about how you want to phrase it. Please ask juicy questions, make them good. I don't want to be bored, and neither do these panelists. Do you want to be bored? I didn't think so. And also, I run my panels like a burlesque show, so please, lots of cheering, lots of laughing, crying, hurling, and so on. Sound good? There will actually be hurling later, but we'll give you a content warning for that. So if you've been wondering, oh, they're so good. Bootlegs are so good. God, I love them. So if you've been wondering what is the answer to that age-old question, who boot blacks the boot blacks? Now you know.
The sound issue is on their end. I can't do anything about it. We're going to wait a second and hopefully it'll come back.
We've had Laura and Cass gave us such a wonderful So I'm going to skip all this copy that I'm sure you all read and just tell you a little bit more about our panelists. Q.
Well, then I'm gonna be real honest. You're not smart enough to be here. Go back to Fox News. Go back to Libs of TikTok. Go get your clickbait outrage. The reason this is true is because you consume so much clickbait outrage content that your brain has literally turned to mush, and you are not capable of processing more complex information than what you're going to get in your average Libs of TikTok videos. So your home is on the stupid side of the internet. This is the smart people side of the internet. I'm very sorry that you took a wrong turn somewhere and you ended up here, but you need to go back to the stupid side of the internet because you're not capable of comprehending what we're doing here. I say that this will be better for you and this will be better for us. I promise you. You can watch it, but you're not smart enough to understand it. And if you cause disruption in my chat because you're having fucking feelings, because you're not smart enough to understand what's going on here, then you're just going to get banned and you will still be sent back to go watch your clickbait outrage content that you've obviously consumed way too much of.
Here to my right. Yeah, give it up.
Yeah, women streamers are so wild that we're able to consume more than a minute of content that's not clickbait outrage. You understand, right? You look stupid to us. You understand, to the men and the women here that are watching this and are taking this seriously, you look stupid to us. You look retarded. We feel sorry for you. We feel sorry for you that you have such a low IQ that the only thing that you can consume is minute to 2 minute long libs of TikTok content that feed all your outrage addictions. It's a really sad state of affairs, but you got to get the fuck out because you're not gonna blend in here. I promise you, it's gonna be better for everyone. Get the fuck out. Thank you.
This is good. You all have been to a burlesque show before. I can tell. So Q's bio that they submitted, this plant's bio. Q is a queer, actively non-monogamous.
Actively non-monogamous.
Leather boy. That's BOI. Oh, thank you. Oh, Felice. Everybody give it up for Felice Chase. That's old guard behavior right there. Folks, I hope you're okay with me saying that, Felice. And then next up, next up is Deja Flames. Everybody give it up for Deja. Deja Flames is a gender-expansive Afro-Latina leather middle service cat and feral feline based in Chicago. How long are you in New York? Born and raised in New York. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, grab that microphone.
Until the 17th. I have to go to Folsom.
Hell yeah. Okay, great. Well, there will be more questions for you later. And then next up is Tamara Santibanez. Everybody give it up for Tamara.
Let's see if I can turn this up a little bit more.
Tamara Santibanez is an interdisciplinary artist and
How is my
oral
mic volume?
historian based in Brooklyn. Tamara actually designed this shirt.
How is my mic volume?
For a sex party that I went to at the Dream House, not too far away from here. RIP to the Dream House. And then last but certainly not least, we have Rocket.
Thank you.
Rocket is an anarcho-surrealist, transsexual wizard and bootblack of 15 years living in the Hudson Valley. And so my first question for all of you, and I'll give my answer first, and then we can move on down the line, is what is your relationship to the bootblack in front of you? So I was gonna say that Riley and
Wait,
I
are
met
they?
in the
Is he
bathroom
doing it
because
right
we ran
now?
into each other in the bathroom. Where I found out that here.
What's going on over here? They're doing it. Oh, they're all doing it. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. I don't know. I don't know if they're licking the boots.
Like an hour ago. But that's actually not where we met, but it was where I found out that they would be boot blacking me today, which is very exciting. But Riley was taught to boot black by my wife, who I do have to say is a deadbeat dad of many boot blacks, and which makes me the evil stepmom of many boot blacks. Yeah, and then Q, how do you know the boot black in front of you?
Oh my God, I was thinking about this yesterday. Katie, I don't know where, it's an IMSL connection. I don't know which year.
What does IMSL stand for?
Oh, I'm so sorry. International
Please, God,
Miss
let one of them
Leather.
lick the boot on
They
video.
changed it to International Miss Leather and Boot Black. So IMSL, I identify as a Bubba. I'm old school. That's me. But somewhere in my IMSL history, this sprightly being appeared, and we have been.
It was your step down.
That was a busy day. It was a busy day. Busy day. But as far as I can remember in my brain, I swear Katie has been in it. And we've just been great friends. It wasn't even a let's try and see, you know, like, I want to be friends. We just, whoop, there we were. We've been friends forever, and I love this human to pieces. We don't get to see each other very much, and they're the reason I'm here. So thank you, Katie.
Hello. So I met Chai after my run for Northeast Boot Black 2025.
Yeah, this is a
Chai
fetish.
came to the competition, and we got to talk a little bit before and after.
I just put it into ChatGPT, and it says, boot blocking is both a service and an erotic practice centered around care, maintenance, and often ritualistic attention to boots, leather, and sometimes other gears. It has roots in leather subculture and carries symbolic weight beyond simple shoe polishing. It is about practical leather care, service and power exchange, and intimacy and fetish. Some participants eroticize the act itself, the tactile engagement with leather, the smell of polish, the physical closeness between boot black and wearer, or the symbolism of boots as markers of dominance, identity, and pride. And then I said, do they lick the boot? And then they said, ChatGPT says, yes, they sometimes do. It depends on the context. In BDSM and fetish scenes, licking the boots may be incorporated as a form of submission, devotion, and fetish play. Some submissions are slaves lick the dominant's boots to show obedience or reverence. The name of the event is fucking reverence. And ChatGPT is telling me that licking the boot is about showing reverence. Wow. Can't make this stuff up. Your taxpayer-funded colleges, guys. This is what they're teaching at the taxpayer-funded colleges in New York City. You're welcome.
Chai, if you let Chai tell it, will say, "Oh, you are my mentor," and I'm like, "No, shh, don't tell people that. I'm just a friend. I'm just a friend. I'm someone who's happy to just give advice and conversation. But you know, Chai has been like my best friend, my buddy, my confidant, just an amazing human being in my life. And I'm honored to get my boots done by them, and every time I get my leathers done by them."
So we just had the pleasure of meeting today for the very first time, and but also got to chat about libraries, got to talk about indexing and cataloging systems and leather, some of my favorite topics. And I will admittedly say that I showed up with my boots in really trashed condition today.
Is she a librarian? Did she just tell us she's a librarian? Of course. They're both librarians, of course.
Knowing that I would be in incredible hands, in very stylish hands with a lot of flair. So really grateful to be here and to be so well taken care of.
Well, Bo and I are just meeting today, but I have a sense we're going to be good friends.
Okay, great. first question is for Deja.
I'm sorry. Did he just push that person's head into his crotch? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Taxpayer-funded colleges. Let's go.
And leather, some of my favorite topics today. But knowing that I would
Watch
be
over here.
in incredible hands, in very stylish hands with a lot of flair. So really grateful to be here and to be so well taken care of.
Well, Bo and I are just meeting today, but I have a sense we're going to be good friends.
Oh no, just push. No, not really. Not really. Okay. False alarm.
So my first question is for Deja, and I'm going to address each question to an individual panelist, and then when they are done monologuing, then others can chime in. Sound good, y'all? Yeah. Cool. So, Deja, what is your boot blacking style, and how does your background inform your style? So let's say, I'm going to paint you all a word picture. Let's say I was wearing a full Senstep leather hood. You picturing it? Okay, cool. And someone put me in your, that's all I'm gonna say for now. And someone put me, Deja, in your boot black chair. How would I know it was you boot blacking me?
So I'm gonna let y'all know now. I'm gonna have to have this question repeated to me a few times.
Oh, sure.
Does anyone else feel like they're watching porn? And I know this isn't like they're not naked or anything and they're not having sex, but like I feel like I'm watching something that I shouldn't be. I feel like I'm watching porn. I'm like, what's gonna happen next? Like, what are they gonna do?
Listen, neurodivergency, y'all already know how that is. But yes, so how would someone know that it's me off the top of my head? I really love to massage people. I think there's really something beautiful about, regardless of who you are, your gender, how you show up, somebody being able to just give you physical touch. I think post-COVID, we really lost.
She's not wearing pants. She's not. What the fuck? Why do I see this woman's ass? Why do I? This is a college. Why do I see this woman's ass? Oh God, Father Matique, Father Matique, don't watch this, Father Matique, don't watch this. We apologize. We repent. We repent. Don't. Father Matique needs to pray for us. He needs to absolve us of our sins of watching this video. What the fuck?
Really lost a sense of what physical touch felt like and just feel good in our bodies. So I feel like every human that sits for me, I do like to give a little bit of massage. Like I'll focus on the ankles, the feet, the toes. So you'll feel that. And if somebody's got like a whole hood on, I feel like you're gonna have your head massage, your shoulders, your neck. I want you to melt.
I cannot stop looking at that woman's ass
really
now.
tall, and they just buckle at the knees and they fall into me, and I'm like, yes, my precious. Yes, relax. You're here for a good time. But overall, my style of boot blacking does come from my background as a Black woman. So because of who I am and how I show up in the world, I always want to do some sort of softness, some gentleness when people see me. Like I want them to know that like I am a safe space. So that really does inspire my boot blacking.
Great answer. Thank you so much, Deja. Does anybody else on the panel have an answer about how their background informs their style and how I would know it was you that was boot blacking me?
I could definitely tell you how you would know. I like massage much like my partner here. For me, I like to use my forearms with Hubbards and get between the legs.
Oh, can you tell us what Hubbards is?
Oh, Hubbards is a shoe grease.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If anyone's nervous and you want to treat this like poppers and just like double Scorpio, R.I.P. Yeah.
It smells like camp
They're telling them to sniff shoe polish?
fire and sex. it's a good sort of like hair grease to tap on at the end of the day, or like you're going out a little behind the ear. Does wonders. I like using my musculature to work with people. It's definitely more along the massage lines and making sure everyone feels good and happy and safe and welcome in my space. Hell yeah. Anybody else?
So I'm also one of Daddy Katie's children. But I came into bootblacking through the puppy scene originally. And so for me, it is all about the licking. And so I think a lot of people will do one boot all the way through and then the other all the way through. I actually prefer to, clean and then clean, condition and then condition, polish and then polish, and then I can just fully throw myself into fully throw myself into licking, so I don't have to like get into that zone and then come back out of it.
Cool.
So I think the way you'd know it was me is you'd have to be like, okay, that's enough licking. I have other stuff to do.
I don't think I would say that, no. Tamara, do you have an answer?
What the fuck?
That question, I would second the licking. Maybe with consent, my face might be under your shoe at some point. That's on the table. But I'm used to doing so many things where you're chatting and doing your technical work at the same time. So I'm also really here just for a little kiki, a little conversation back and forth.
Cool. I love that. Oh, what is your background?
Tattoo artist.
Cool. Amazing. So Rocket, I've got a multi-part question for you.
Yeah.
About,
Can we just do a public service announcement? If any of you have kids, please, for the love of all that is holy, do not send them to college. Because this is the type of thing that your kids are going to attend at college. We didn't create this problem, we're just documenting it.
power dynamics, both negotiated and systemic. And I know you can handle this, or you can choose a couple of elements. So how can bootblacking be sadistic, masochistic, submissive, dominant for tops, bottoms, or sides? How can it be foreplay, fetish sex, sex unto itself, transactional in the sense of money exchange? Because we do tip our bootblacks.
Oh, it's capitalist.
And mutual aid.
Oh, wait. Did they just say they tip their bootblacks and it's mutual aid, so it's not capitalism because mutual aid is the opposite of capitalism? So they're not paying them money for a service that's obviously sexual. They're doing mutual aid. I'm sorry, this probably isn't as funny as it to you as it is to me, but like I just can't help myself. This is hilarious.
Be foreplay, fetish sex, sex unto itself, transactional in the sense of money exchange, because we do tip our bootblacks, and or mutual aid.
Mutual aid. Yeah.
I love you too, Tina. I think that it's very easy to make assumptions about role and about power when you're doing activities that involve negotiated power. I think it's very easy to have this cascade of assumptions that come from what you're physically doing in the scene. Like if you are in the position of providing a service, then that can be associated with all of these other roles and identities that have to do with, if you're the one providing service, then that also means that like you're sexually receptive. That also means that you're submissive in the power dynamic. That also means all of these other things. That also means, often there's gendered implications as well. And like the bundling of those things, like let's be real, it usually comes back to misogyny. I feel like it's analytically lazy. Like I think when we're already in a place that we are dismantling the things that we've been taught to believe our sex.
Please say
and the things
capitalism.
that we've been taught to believe sex is for.
Please say capitalism.
Why are we then gonna just accept all of these other assumptions about power and gender and role and who's performing and who's receiving? You know, there's a really amazing teacher and book. The book's called The Art of Receiving and Giving. Betty something. Sorry? Betty Martin. Thank you. Oh, now that's mutual aid. And Betty Martin talks about disconnecting the assumptions around receiving and giving and who is this for and who is this benefiting and whose desire is this. Because at the end of the day, like, the reason that we're here is desire, right? The reason that we're here, the reason that we're doing what we're doing is that we've all decided that we want to live in a way where we're honoring our desire as a fundamental part of what makes us human and alive. And we're following that and we're trusting that desire. And so the idea that that desire is always going to play out in these very regimented ways, these very predictable ways, like, that's just not, that doesn't map to what humanity is like. That doesn't map to what we are like or what the nature of desire is like. And so I think, you know, bootblacking, like any sex act, can be anything. It's just what the people involved decide that it is and decide that it means.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Anybody else want to weigh in? Power dynamics, sex.
Does anybody else want to weigh in? Thank you. Give it up for our ASL interpreters in the house today. Anybody else want to weigh in? Power dynamics, sex. What
I don't
is
remember
surprising?
all of the questions. What I want to say to piggyback is the only way that works is you have to use your words. There's no shortcut. There is no shortcut. You're going to have to use your words, whether that's writing them down beforehand and having that negotiation then, but you can't go into a scene, a bootblacking even, without understanding what each other wants. So learn to use your words. It's scary as hell, for sure. Hi, new person I don't know. I would like to talk to you. But it's okay. You gain confidence. You get to share that sort of confidence with your friends and people around you. You set that example. You raise the bar when you do the thing, and everybody else sees you doing it.
Thank you. Anybody else on the panel?
Honestly, Rocket's answer 8. So, no notes, really not much more to add to that. I think if you are in leather, kink, fetish, alternate lifestyle, and you're looking for a thing, or even if you're just vanilla and you like leather, if you're looking for something that is beyond roles, beyond gender, beyond, you know,
Beyond gender.
top, bottom, switch, whatever, name it.
No
bootblacking
hierarchy.
is so beautiful because it can be solo play. It can be something you do with friends. It's something that you can do with your partner. And it's a really great way to just meet people. So if you're looking for something that's very niche like that you could just kind of dive into it head first, and you don't need like formal training, you don't need someone to teach you the things. I mean, you should know the basics, but there's really nothing like it in this community that you can do like bootblacking. So that's just my spiel to make everybody in the room bootblacks.
Tamara?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's answers were so beautiful and so complete. But I would second all of that and also say that, you know, a lot of what I do, you know, whether that's tattooing, acupuncture, like energy work for people, bootblacking, is so much about making a space for people to trust that they can receive care in a way that they don't always let themselves or trust themselves to do, let alone trusting other people to provide for them. And I find that bootblacking in a world where, you know, people can feel very intimidated despite their curiosity or despite their deep desires is an amazing entry point to dip your, you know, your toe in quite literally and try something that you might be new to.
Thank you so much, everybody. Oh, I'm getting my very high arches massaged with covers right now. In case anyone was wondering, I have very high arches. So, so Q. A bootblack, I know, often
shoe shine makes you shiny on the outside, while boot blacks make you feel shiny on the inside. So what do you do in your boot blacking practice to make someone feel shiny on the inside?
I stop talking. If you know me, that's a thing. I talk a lot. One of the things I really like to do with people, especially new folks to community, and when they sit for me, is introduce myself, ask them a little bit about boots as far as care, and then I'm like, tell me about your boots. What's your story behind your boots? Have you had them for a long time? And just prompting questions. Sometimes, usually with newer people, they're like, well, they're not real leather. It's like, I didn't ask that. That's not what I asked. You don't have to have real leather to be leather, in my opinion. Leather is actually who you are inside. It doesn't matter about this or my boots or whatever.
Leather is who
If
you
wanna
are
be
on
a
the
part of this
inside.
community, you're a part of this community. And I want people to feel that and feel accepted.
It's
and
a feeling.
welcome.
Leather is a feeling.
I had a person who was sitting for me, and they were like, well, I don't really see a whole lot of people at this event that look like me. I don't know if I'm going to come back. And I looked at them and was like, so what happens to the next person that looks like you and then looking for someone like you and you're not here? She came and found me later in the afternoon and she said, I'll be back next year. So that's what I want to give people, that sense of welcome, that you belong here, no matter what you see and other people may tell you. Forget that life drama, stay out of it. Go where you want to go, do what you want to do, see, but be respectful, show compassion and kindness. I do that, so hopefully other people do it. Thank you.
Anybody else want to jump in?
I'm going to need you to repeat the question.
Oh yeah, so what do you do? What do you do to make someone feel shiny on the inside? You can say that.
I could definitely, I just want to second what you said about the storytelling aspect. I think that that's such a generous invitation, and that everyone, even if they think that they don't have a story or a reason to be in a space, certainly does.
There's a
beyond
leather
what they
pride vibe.
expect.
Good to know.
And to be there to receive it is
Thanks,
such a beautiful
Spot.
thing, and such a thing to be grateful to be a part of, and to be able to make yourself available for.
I also want to second Katie saying that, like, how special it is to do the boots of someone that's never had their boots done before.
Popping their cherry.
It's such a special experience.
Virgin.
Yeah, I see some agreement from the boot blacks. And part of it, I think, is because they don't know if they like it, they don't know if they want it, but they're curious.
They don't think they deserve it.
Yeah, they don't know what it's like to have someone, because, you know, sort of socially we think of your shoes, your feet as like the lowest part of you, and so someone feeling invited into the experience of like, what if that part of me was also worthy of love and care and even worship?
Yes, Patrick, that's right.
Getting to watch them open into that and relax into that is always so beautiful.
Just to even add to that, even if it's just not the experience that I have with people every single time, but
Thanks, average person.
listening to folks' stories, following that journey along of like where your boots have been, where's your leathers been, what do they mean to you, who gave them to you, what did that person mean to you. I think listening to all those stories and people just being listened to for a moment in a world that like people usually don't get to tell their stories is really powerful. And then yeah, like folks just having a moment to sit with someone and go, wow, like I feel listened to, I feel heard, I feel seen. That's just the beauty of like experiencing boot blacking with someone. So I agree with everybody here on the panel.
And to add to that, when I find that people boots in S-type people in MS sort of things, people who are really service-oriented and doing the things, they don't like getting it up into the chair. They're like, so them being in a position that's higher, even just to sit somewhere higher, is a new experience for them. So I love to do that.
Cool. All right, Tamara, how can you be anti-materialist and anti-capitalist while practicing the worship of an object and material that is usually a consumer product?
Winner, I win the internet. I win the internet. How can you be anti-capitalist while licking a fucking boot? Can I get a series of Karlyn was right in the chat, please? How can you be anti-capitalist while licking a fucking boot? It just snuck right up on me. Again.
All right, Tamara, how can you be anti-materialist and anti-capitalist while practicing the worship of an object and material that is usually a consumer product?
I love this heady ass question.
Folks would like me to repeat the question, which I am more than happy to do. So, Tamara, how can you be anti-materialist and anti-capitalist and practice the worship of an object and material that is usually a consumer product?
I love this question because, you know, there's something, I'm a Taurus, right? And so I know very well that like collector culture, we're all nerds, we love the attraction of a shiny thing, of wanting to have, you know, the newest, the shiniest, the most exciting thing, right? I've definitely been, you know, fallen victim to that myself. But so much of this work, about this practice and about this community is about developing a relationship beyond the object, and to having a relationship of reciprocity in a sense, where it's not just about, you know, what your leather can do for you, even though it does do so much for us, but what you can do for your leather, and about learning caretaking, learning repair, learning to extend the life of things, having a curiosity about how something is made versus taking for granted that you can buy a new one or that another one will show up to you, because so many of the objects that we collect, that we have relationships with, that we wear, that we play with, take on a life beyond, you know, their place of origin, the material that they're made of, and for that reason, leather community has such a practice of generosity. You know, I could wear something for 10 years and pass it on to somebody that I love and love it enough to let it go, and so I see those things happening so in tandem with one another and being very inherent to the spirit of leather and of the material relationship.
Yeah, leather belongs to the collective. They're the caretakers of the leather, and it belongs to the collective. Therefore, it is not capitalist.
I am so excited to add to this question. Boot blacking is inherently political and anti-capitalist.
Yes! 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 Yeah! I'm totally having an orgasm right now. I'm not, like, that was so inadvertent. Someone's gonna clip that out of context bad. Can we just rewind and listen to that again? Thank you. Boot blacking is inherently political and inherently anti-capitalist. That was so good. That was the best orgasm I've had all week.
I am so excited to add to this question. Boot blacking is inherently political and anti-capitalist because we are keeping these leathers, these textiles, these items out of the landfill. We are preserving the history of those items to be passed on, to be kept in your closet. So what better
got her ass out for this question.
Your time and skill by keeping things for our community and for our memory. I taught a class, or I would say mostly had a discussion the other day that really talked about whole animal theory. So there is a Black and indigenous practice of using all parts of the animal. You eat the meat, you keep its hide, you can wear its fur, you use its oils and fats to condition the same hide that you're gonna be wearing. And when we think about that as like, these are practices that are really ingrained in who we are, what we're doing is simply just like preserving and practicing what are kind of our right to do as people. It's the correct thing to do. You shouldn't just eat the animal and discard it and not take care of it and preserve it like that animal made a sacrifice. You keep showing appreciation and honor to that sacrifice of that animal. And then political, because what we're doing, I mean, whether it's sexual or not, whether it's kinky or not, whether it's whatever you see your boot blacking and leather care as, like, it's completely opposite of what you were supposed to be doing. Like, we have this idea of like, oh, like femmes are supposed to be doing things like this, and masculine folks are supposed to be doing things like this, and like taking care of leather and being like, you know what, I can do what I want, how I want it, dress how I want. You know, it's such a beautiful political act. What is more political than like doing exactly what you're not supposed to be doing? We are taught like you should keep buying, keep spending, put your money into these things. It's so beautiful to be like, no, I'm gonna wear this thing for 20 freaking years if I want to, and I'm gonna take care of other people's things that are like 100 freaking years old. So I don't know if we're allowed to curse, but yeah. But yeah, just I had to put that perspective out there.
Stunning and brave.
And
Stunning and
thinking
brave.
about it from a boot blacking historical perspective, there was only one person in each motorcycle club, if that's a longer story, that was allowed to do the boots for their club members. They were the one special person that their club members trusted to take care of their leathers so they could continue to wear them on and on and on before we got to this disposable culture. So it's really bringing us back to where we started as boot blacks and what we were doing.
Yeah, I also, can we get a little witchy with it?
I
Please,
wish you would.
please, yes, please,
I'm
yes.
starting to get licked, so that's perfect.
So, you know, I think Marge Piercy says attention is prayer. And the idea that engaging with an object is inherently materialist, like I think that's surface level. I think materialism is not about the physical object itself, it's about the acquisition and the disposability. And in fact, engaging with these objects, engaging with any objects, can be a meditative and spiritual and magical practice to the extent that, you know, we live in a
How do you know he's licking? Wait, how do you know he's licking? How, like, why are you saying, bro, Amalek? I just got them on video saying that doing a fetish where they lick each other's boots is anti-capitalist. Wait, she said they were licking? Did she? Okay, rewind. They said I'm starting to get licked right now. Yo, how did I miss that? I must have still been distracted by the orgasm I had earlier when they said boot blacking was anti-capitalist. Is it this black one that said it?
Years old, so I don't know if we're allowed to curse, but yeah. But yeah, just I had to put that perspective out there.
And thinking about it from a boot blacking historical perspective, there was only one person in each motorcycle club, if that's a longer story, that was allowed to do the boots for their club members.
That person is missing her pants, Kayla. Yep.
That their club members trusted.
This guy right here is wearing a fetish mask. You see this guy that's right here, like in the audience?
This disposable culture. So it's really bringing us back to where we started as boot blacks and what we were doing.
Yeah, I also, can we get a little witchy with it?
I wish you would. I'm starting to get licked, so that's perfect.
So
You guys are right. She said it.
you know,
She's starting to get licked.
Marge Piercy says attention is prayer. And the idea that engaging with an object is inherently materialist, Like, I think that's surface level. I think materialism is not about the physical object itself. It's about the acquisition and the disposability. And in fact, engaging with these objects, engaging with any objects, can be a meditative and spiritual and magical practice to the extent
Magical.
that, you know, that we live in a conscious cosmos and everything is infused with holiness, and like to treat boots with the honor that they as part of the universe, as part of the conscious universe, and as the legacy of an animal that was alive and is no longer alive, and as part of the sort of extension of our own bodies that is our choices and adorning ourselves, and like become part of our proprioception and part of our self-understanding as part of that, to honor that and to love that, and to treat that as precious, I think is really the antidote to the disposability politic that we've been taught.
Thank you all so much. So we have a little bit of time, and then I think we are going to turn it over to Q&A. So think about your non-boring questions.
Yes, very non-boring question, please.
Cool. So a lot of all the pressure.
Guys,
So
we still have almost an hour. There's still, we're only half an hour into this. This is fucking wild.
a lot of the time we describe how it feels to have your boots done, but how does it feel to boot black? Yeah, this is just free for all now. Yeah.
Look up and you're okay. How does it feel to have someone work on your boots?
Yeah. Or no. To be
For
the
me to,
when
oh
the
my
roles
gosh.
were reversed.
Oh my gosh, it's so good. I just love being able to do the thing, to like sit.
Amalek, this is a class at the City University of New York. This is like actually taxpayer funded bondage, queer kink.
And be that adoring face at someone, like this face is at me right now. But to be able to talk someone through perhaps learning how to take care of their own boots. People are like, I don't know how to do this, I don't know how to do that. And I'm like, no, you can do it. You absolutely can. Let me show you. It's just that easy. A lot of us used to, I carried around during my title year a 13-pound toolbox with all kinds of brushes, all kinds of gels, creams, blah, blah, blah. But that 13-pound toddler was unwieldy, and I didn't use most of the stuff that was in there. I went back to my basic stuff. David Hawkes, who is an international Mr. Boot Black, is someone that I admire. He used to boot black in bars wearing a button-down white shirt, rolled it up 3/4. He's gonna boot black in a bar, in a button-down. I don't understand. That's magic. And only carried like black polish, clear polish, and maybe brown. That's all they carried. And their soap, and that's it. They didn't carry all this stuff. You don't need all the things you see other people with. We get a little greedy and a little like stir crazy when we first start. And ultimately what I've done is like create new boot blacking kits for other people out of all the stuff I already had. So I love being able to boot black for people and talk to them about what they can do, and try to connect them with people that are in their local communities, because a lot of times I'm at some other event and not in my state or whatever. So I enjoy helping people understand that this is for them too. And even if you never do boot blacking like this, it's okay. You can be a boot black at home. If your heart says you are a boot black, you're a boot black. You never have to do this. You never have to be in public. You can serve yourself. You can serve your person. You can work on boots and leathers for your friends. You don't have to engage in all of this to be a boot black.
Oh, actually, can I ask a follow-up question? Because now a couple of people have mentioned like boot blacking for yourself, like solo sex, like jacking it, but with boot blacking.
Wow.
Can you talk about what that would be like? Who was it who brought that up?
That question obviously tickled me pink. I think because I'm in my own world when I'm boot blacking or I'm doing anything regardless of the service. So when I'm at home by myself and just like touching leather or touching something and cleaning it and conditioning it, it's very sexy. It's very sexy because I'm like watching all that dirt come off and I'm seeing the colors again and I'm like, oh man, like this is kind of making me hot and flustered. So even though I'm not engaging with my body sexually or this object, it could be sexually. I mean, you could lick and do whatever you want at home, but yeah, it really, it really is a form of solo play. You know, there's so many things that you can do, like erotic asphyxiation, like boot blacking at home can feel just as sexy, just as powerful, just as dominant, if you will. And then even if it's not like a physical person in the actual boot or shoe, like you can like rip open the laces and be like, yeah, you stay right there, and like let me clean this thing. But yeah, it can be very sexy. Yeah, stay open. I'm gonna put this thing inside of you. Yeah, you stay right there. You be a good girl. Yeah, I'm a switch, by the way. So
what?
So yeah, that's what solo boot blacking can feel like. Thank you so much.
For those of us who are not using it for sex, no shaming, because you know me as a hoe. I use it for meditation. I'm neurospicy. I have ADHD, heavy emphasis on the H. So that's why I have a kind of a stutter in my speech. Trying to talk too fast. My brain wants to say all the things. Anyway, I like to use it for meditation. I will pull out some shoes or boots that I have, set up stuff to do it, and just keep going. And go and go and go and go and go on whatever I have until I feel I'm resolved in whatever it is. My arms are exhausted, my fingers are exhausted. I can relax and let go of some of that and channel it into something really good for myself.
And yeah, anybody else on, what was my question? Oh yeah, wanking it, but also, how does it feel to boot black? With someone, by yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I could say I am somebody who has a lot of social anxiety in spaces like this one. There's just so many people that I want to say hi to and reconnect with, and so boot blacking is really lovely in that it gives me an opportunity to just, you know, sit down with one person at a time and say, hi, we're connecting over this thing, we're connecting over this process, I have a job to do here, and it's this really lovely one-on-one connection. But also for that reason, I don't really do a lot of events. I haven't in a while, and it has been a sort of personal, intimate practice for myself, for people who I'm close with, and getting to do that at home, pulling out all of your leathers and doing them all at once is almost like a way of coming back to self, right? You're reminded of your, you know, you're going through your archive, remembering your timeline, you're laying it all out in front of you and really spending time and that devotional, you know, kind of like energetic time travel with each of these objects. And so that's a process that I do try to practice regularly just to give myself
We're
that
seeing her ass again.
reconnection.
There's no reason for her to stand up. No one else is standing up. You guys notice that, right? It's only the woman wearing no pants.
Kink and leather.
They keep standing up and showing everyone her ass.
Finding something that I can just sort of hurl myself into mouth first and just fully, you know, be overwhelmed by. And so it's a very beautiful opportunity to have this very small point of focus that you can just open yourself to completely. And so there's nothing that exists in the world other than the leather in front of you. You know, there's everything else just goes away. The rest of the party, the social anxiety, what you did yesterday, what you have to do tomorrow, all of that doesn't matter because you can just dive deep into the relationship with the leather and the smells and the tastes and the feelings. And that's what I seek in a lot of my play. And that's one of the things that's really special for me about boot blacking. It is also a very helpful thing for social anxiety because you're like, I have a task, love to have a task. I don't have to wonder if it's okay for me to be here because this is my shift. I am supposed to be here for this shift.
By the way, you can get your boots done at the party that is going to happen when this panel is over. Do you guys know
Oh,
about
good.
this party?
I was worried about that, you know.
Cool. So, last question before we go to audience Q&A. Have you ever fisted someone with Hubbards?
What?
Can you? Is it safe? Yes. So all of those questions. I've been fisted with Hubbards. I've fisted people with Hubbards. It is safe if you are not allergic to beeswax or pine tar. If you're not allergic to any of those things, those kind of byproducts, you're fine. It's great. It works. It's really nice. Yeah. The smell alone. So yeah, you can do it. It's all really good. If you're going to use it with something with a condom, don't. Most condoms, unless they're not a latex condom, latex condoms will rupture. So if you want to use condoms on toys or whatever, use something that's not latex. And also, be careful with your toys. Depending if you've got, I don't want to say higher end, because I've been gifted a bunch of shit. But if you've got more novelty toys, I wouldn't suggest using Hubbards with a novelty toy. It's probably going to make it start to come apart and peel in a very, very unhappy making way. So, no, don't do it.
Good tip. Pro tip. Thank you.
Else?
Yeah.
Because Hubbard's is oil-based, I would only recommend using it with a single density silicone toy. If you're going to do that, anything that's like a rubber or a phthalate, or even a dual density soft outside, you're going to start having degradation of the material. So I would stick with your hands if I were you. It does have a lifelong side effect, which is that you won't be able to smell it without getting turned on for the whole rest of your life. I think a lot of us in this room are in that position.
That's science. Do you guys want to add anything? We're getting a little lube lesson too. A little safer sex.
Hubbards, if you're listening.
Sponsor us.
Sponsor us.
Mormons? That's why we can't have them as a sponsor. They're very religious. Sorry, guys. Yes,
Whatever.
we've gone down.
They're more.
Talk to your elders.
Oh
We know
no.
the answer.
Oh no, they're Mormons.
I mean, what? You can fetishize that.
There are other really amazing brands out there. I just want to say that. Like, there's so many products. I would say, more importantly, as a PSA, buy products from actual bootblacks. There are a lot of bootblacks out there who actually have homemade stuff. Like, if you go on Etsy, oh yeah, thank you so much, Chai. I have plugged this person so many times. They're probably like, Deja. Yeah, I do, as many times as I can. So this is Red Tiger Leather for those at home. It is a conditioner, and this is someone who is a bootblack, and they make it at home. It has tallow, lard, lanolin, and beeswax. Like, you can still find things that don't darken your leather. You can find things that are low allergen, allergen-free, scent-free. Whatever you're looking for, there is a product out there. So, I mean, you could probably even fist with this, high-key. But I haven't done it. I'm not a fister, I'm a fisty. But I know we talk so much about Hubbards being like the be-all, but I mean, there's so many really great brands out there. I mean, Saphir is a really great brand, Angelus, Lincoln, you know, there's International Mr. Bootblack, he has his own line of stuff. So it's like, you know, don't just stick to one brand. You know, explore what's in your price range, explore what smells good to you, feels good to you, you know, just works for your lifestyle. So don't feel like, oh my God, like, I really want Hubbards, but I'm allergic to the things. Like, there are other products, like, don't worry. There's much cheaper products out there, don't worry. You can find something that's very unique to your style of, like, leather care and bootblacking.
And if we're talking about anti-capitalist practices, finding something that's multi-purpose.
Oh, I just came again. Oh my God.
Okay,
that was so good.
Multi-purpose. It's Q&A time. So here's how this is going to work. If you have a question, you can raise your hand or get my attention in some way. And then Laura Westengard is going to bring you a microphone. So remember, if your question is really more of a statement, there are a lot of pro-doms here. And we're not afraid to shut you down. And hear me now, believe me later, it's not going to be in a way that you're going to like. Okay? Does anyone have a question? No, it's a long mic. But you can also approach us. We're super nice. Approach. If you can and would like to. Oh yeah, or Rocket's very approachable. Thank you.
Hello, panel. I have heard it said.
Why is their
from other
mic so much
bootblacks
better?
that some aspects of this is service for service sake. Is this a line that resonates with you, and how so?
Great question.
Good job. You're not going to get hurt. For me, that is part of it. I don't always need to do it because it's doing it for someone or something. It's the service. I can offer it. I'll do it with people, for people who've never had it done, or someone's running late. I'll take it. I can do that for you. It is service for service sake. I don't need anything to come out of it for me. I just like to do it.
Yeah, you understood that right, Gila. Yeah. Bootlegging is anti-capitalist.
I'd love everyone to give thoughts on service. I would say a quick part. I don't have to do service at events, but I kind of need to because I feel like when I have a task, I feel included, very much like how Rocket said. Like, I kind of need a task to feel like I'm supposed to be in a room, and if I don't have a task, then I don't feel like I'm supposed to be in the room.
Yeah, I could say, I mean, the service for service's sake does resonate with me. And, you know, I learned from Katie, like so many of us did.
Wait.
And,
Wait.
you know, learning from...
What's going on over here on the right? What's going on with him now being on top of her leg? Is that a him or are they them? I can't even tell.
Somebody who's a title holder, my first impulse, of course, was, oh, I want to get good enough to compete and to try to become a leather holder title holder myself one day. And I sort of grew up in a you know, a family where trying to excel and be the best and get accolades was how you got attention. And so it was actually a really intentional thing for me to commit to being an amateur and to commit to
polishing her belts.
For the sake of learning and to practicing for the sake of practicing without the goal in mind. And I'm so humbled by the people. I mean, I think everyone here has so much more knowledge and skill than I do, but because there is so much community service to being a title holder, and that's really what it centers around. But for me, sort of staying on the sidelines and making that a little bit smaller as a goal for myself was also really helpful in the interpersonal sense.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm also, you know, I've never been part of the circuit, and for me, I think I think service for service sake is one of the ways that you can be a bootblack. It's certainly not the only one, you know. But for me, it's like I'm doing this because it is mutually pleasurable, and whatever that pleasure means for me and whatever it means for you, like that's going to be different depending on who's in my chair. But for me, I'm like, I'm not trying to become, you know, the best at doing this, because that doesn't feel like having a linear scale doesn't feel like it's relevant to how I think about it. It feels like it would be like, I'm gonna be the best at being in love. Like I'm here, I'm doing this because it's an opportunity to throw myself into worship. And
Just remember, guys. Just remember. We basically have two choices moving forward in this country. You can either choose this, or you can choose fascism. Make your choices. Do you want queer, BDSM, kink, whatever this is? Anti-capitalism? Not in the fascist sense, in the socialist sense? Or do you want fascism? These are your choices. Kink, queer, leather, bootlicking, or fascism.
I think service is one way of thinking about that in an interpersonal setting, but you can just as easily worship, a tree or the air. It's just about attention.
Cool. Next question.
Hi. So this is my question. So I associate like combat boots with like the military or fascism, things like that. And I'm wondering, like, do any of you share those associations? And if you do, like, how do you wrap your head around that? That's a great fucking question.
I have a funny story about this.
It's a great question.
I was just in LA for work, and I was wearing pretty close to this outfit, and I was walking on the beach, and this little old lady came up to me. She was shorter than me, and like a little old lady with a handbag, and she came up to me and she was like, excuse me, young man. Your shaved head and boots and everything, do they signify anything? And I was like, I'm not sure what you're asking me, ma'am. And she said, well, you see where I come from. When someone has big leather boots and a shaved head, it means they're a piece of shit Nazi scumbag.
They're reclaiming it. They're reclaiming it.
Thank you so much for asking. No, where I come from, it just means I'm gay.
They're reclaiming
But
it.
I know you have a brick in that handbag, so I really appreciate you asking first.
For me, when it comes to boots, I don't have that association because I do associate them with the military, but for me, as a black person from the South, the military was one of the best ways for people to get out of our situation and move forward. So to me, they represent something that can be supportive. With my uncles, I have a nephew who just swore into the military the other day. Do I want him to go? Absolutely not. I've seen that child since a day old. But he's choosing his own way and his own path, and I support him in that. And when it comes to like boots and braces, I don't know if most people know this, but boots and braces originated with black people and of doc culture. It was that Nazi fascism shit. We had it first. They Columbus did.
I am a painter and an artist as well, and I've made a lot of paintings of boots and of different fetish objects. And I remember I did a series, maybe like 2016, that I was calling Love Story. There was these different pairings of boots and shoes, together, sort of to try to replicate human relationship dynamics. And I remember showing some of these paintings in studio visits, and I would be like, oh,
okay,
these two.
all right. We need to reset on the volume. Because I've asked for feedback about the volume of my mic because their volume is so soft that I've had to boost this up. When I boost it up, I can't hear the difference between my mic and them. So I have asked for feedback before. But I was previously told the feedback was good. Now I'm being told by other people that you can't hear any of them and you can only hear me. I can't control the volume of their video. So we need to have a conversation where people need to give me very specific feedback in the chat about how we can rectify because I can't hear the difference. Okay? So when I'm seeing people say it's good and then I see some people say, Karlyn, I can't fucking hear anything. Like I'm at a loss. I don't know what to do. So what do you want? Well, I can't control the volume of their video, so. Okay, so I'm getting no feedback, so I'm just gonna play it I'm gonna play it fully boosted, and I'm getting no feedback otherwise, so that's gonna be what it is.
Doc Martin boots, and they're kissing each other, and everyone was like, it looked like they're fucking each other to death. And people would say, oh, it's so violent, they're hurting each other, they're strangling each other. And so I was really having to contend with the strong association that people were projecting onto the objects, and that is what a lot of my work explores, but you know, it is this,
Okay,
you know,
as I just previously said, and I don't like repeating myself when people are not giving me specific feedback, I have their volume boost. I cannot make them any louder. They are at the absolute peak of how loud I can make them. Am I being clear? I cannot make them any louder. So it is what it is.
association that exists and is very present in the political dynamics that we're navigating when we're doing scenes or wearing these things.
Yeah, but I want to add, like, we don't cede any fucking ground to fascists.
Thank you.
Certainly not.
Like, if someone can't tell from how you move through the world if you're a faggot
Fuck
or
you,
a
Emil.
fascist, that is a different problem.
Or if you're afraid to state it one way or the other, right?
Right?
Thank you. Oh yeah. Great. More questions? I'm a little distracted. Yeah, and the pink.
This one's polishing the
Hey,
vest.
IQ.
Oh,
So
now they're touching.
question,
Oh,
As
good.
you talked about earlier around using your words, making the bootblacking experience perhaps more cruisy and more flirty. Would love advice from all of the panelists on how to do that. And just for context, like I came out in the 90s in the men's community, and it was all about cruising, very little technical. And I've seen a swing to this very technical, task-oriented bootblacking experience. And I would love for everyone in this room to have more of the cruising, fun, and flirt back. So your tips would be appreciated.
You guys got anything to say about cruising?
20, you know, you're doing 20, 25 minutes working on their boots, getting going, and they're getting ready to leave. It's like, if you want to connect later, here's my card.
Cruising is complicated for me. I feel like I'm very much in my head because I'm like, oh, I exist in this body and I don't know how people perceive me and things like that. But I think when people see that I have a skill or they're watching me do something, it makes it so much easier to be like, hey, looks at boots. I noticed you have on the blah, blah, blah boots and the blah, 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 and I noticed that they're a little dirty. Would you like to zip for me? And people are like, oh my God, yes, my boots are so dirty. And by the time that like we end that conversation, it's like I really sat down and I got to know them. I'm like, okay, is this a friend? Is this somebody who would be more than a friend? But either way, I could be like, oh yeah, like I post on like TikTok and Instagram if you want to like follow me. And then like it just goes from there. So that's like my form of cruising. I'll usually just like approach somebody about their leather or like what they're wearing and be like, oh my God, wow, can you help with that?
I've definitely had people use the line like, oh, I would love for you to do my boots not at this event, some other time, and that works pretty well.
Yeah, I think there's a really interesting. I don't know anything about this. I think there's a really interesting cultural phenomenon, right? That is distinct in the different subparts of the scene, where like a lot of the sort of cis gay men oriented leather spaces are very cruisy, not a lot of verbal negotiation. It's very like you can touch someone anywhere one time, and if they take your hand away and they put it back, then they get kicked out. Like that kind of darkroom vibe. That when there's bleed between that and the like, you know, the more queer scene that's like more, you know, has a more like social justice oriented bent. That it does tend to be very into verbal negotiation and very into, you know, there's DMs, like everybody's focused on safety. Like when there's cross-pollination between those two scenes, it can get difficult. You know, I certainly found that when I was starting to enter those like cis-centered spaces where not everybody is approaching everybody else with the base assumption that they're probably a sexual assault survivor, right? And that they can just touch you and that's fine and normal and part of how negotiating happens. And so I think it can be tricky. You have to sort of read the room and figure out what language you're speaking in the room that you're in order to be mutually understood. Because the way that you invite someone in or that you interact or negotiate in a space like Submit versus in a space like the Eagle, it's not the same. And for those of us that cross between those spaces, you have to code switch a little bit.
Thank you all. Question? Another question? Oh, there's so many questions. Yeah. Yeah. Do you wanna move over there? Yellow hat. Yellow hat. Can you step on down?
Or come to me.
Hello. I wanted to ask, so boot blocking can be a place where desire plays out, and it can also be a platform for community care within the leather community.
Community
I
care.
would love it if some of you could speak to what you see the importance of the intermingling of desire and community care for the leather community and for the LGBT community, how it sustains us. Thank you.
It's a beautiful question. Yeah, I think a lot of queers have spent their lives being taught that they don't belong anywhere and they don't deserve to be taken care of. And I think just getting someone in your chair tells their body that those things aren't true.
Yeah, Sam, I would recommend that you stop watching conservative clickbait bullshit and you start tuning into the real far left, because there's no reason that we should be thinking about if they're vegan. Like, there's just no reason for it. So if you watch the real far left, you would know that.
And so I think a tangible act of care, you know, in the same way as like when we think about what this community is made of, like, okay, yeah, we're fucking, but like, also when someone has surgery, we bring over a casserole, and also, you know, we're cat sitting for each other, and we're helping each other when you have to call out of work, and giving each other rides from the airport, and like, it's all care, it's all service, you know, it moves, it's a ecosystem of service that moves in all directions in a way that lifts everybody up. And so I think boot blacking is part of that, in the same way as like, my car's making a weird noise, can you come over and tell me what it is part of that, in the same way as like, I'm having a mental health crisis and I need to not be alone is part of that. Like, it's just different manifestations of the same thing.
For me, what I would say is LGBTQ folks who are not in the scene, for me, I've had to learn. I've been a surface boy like 20 years plus. And so I just have my ways. At work, they now call me grandpa, because my backpack, like I teach classes about my backpack. It has the things I need as well as the person I'm serving, because that makes my day and their day and our adventures, whatever we're doing, better. I just happen to do it as habit now. So someone in the office is like sneezing, like, would you like an allergy tablet? I got a headache. Would you like Advil or Tylenol? My stomach doesn't. I've got Pepto and Lactate. What would you need? You know, but also I've had to learn how to dial that back for people who have never been around us. They are like, what the hell? Why are you so Johnny on the spot? What are you doing? I'm like, I'm just trying to be helpful. So, I mean, it's a lovely way for me to share and engage with other folks who are not this usual crew. And sometimes they'll ask me like, so how did that start for you? What, like one, I'm the oldest of 4 kids. If you leave the house without that pacifier, those wipes, whatever it is, your day is ruined. So, you know, just taking that and moving it forward into my leather. And like I work for an LGBTQ nonprofit, so I get to be around different people and different things.
Of course you do.
You're such a handy human. And, you know, so I appreciate that I have that background and I can be that Johnny on the spot when things are happening. Sometimes it's Band-Aids, sometimes it's, you know, lactate, but just being able to care for someone in that moment, it's good for me. Hopefully it's good for them too.
I just also want to add that when you're looking for folks in community who are service-oriented, you can always approach a boot black, and even if we don't have something, we know someone who has a thing that you're probably looking for. And whether that's like a physical item, like a Band-Aid, or that's like, hey, like I'm gonna be having top surgery soon and I'm gonna need food, like who's a cook? Us service people always gravitate to each other and helping one another. We know one another. And then we kind of are just so diligent with our like skills and like who we know, and just so happy to pass that information on. So I think that's also, even if you're not necessarily leather or kink or however you identify, if you find someone who's like identifies as a boot black, you're like, okay, I know you know things. You know information, you know people, you know networks. You can connect me to exactly what it is that I'm looking for, and that just also makes it really special. We're also historians. We're also
Were you, Master Shake, were you here when they were asking about boot blacking being anti-capitalist? Yeah, they actually said that that they don't engage in capitalism when they sell their stuff. They're engaging in mutual aid.
teachers. I mean, anything that you are looking for, if you want tea.
Oh yeah, bro. You're gonna die at some of the clips. There was literally a question that verbatim said, "Why is boot blacking anti-capitalist?" and then a whole discussion about it.
Come find a boot black, because we probably know some things that could save your life. Medics, so much things.
I mean, yes to everything that everyone is naming. And you know, when I think about boot blacking, I think about it in relation to energy work. I think of it in relation to oral history work. I think of it in relation to energy work, ear acupuncture, tattooing, all these other things that I do. It's all part of the same toolkit of offerings that I can provide, of care work that I can help sustain somebody with. And all of those things came about very organically because the conditions that we're under are asking us all to scale up, and I've had to make those really conscious choices, and we're making those choices together, that we're under this fascist onslaught. And it's not, you know, some things are new, some things are more difficult, but there's so much community knowledge and historical knowledge to build upon. And knowing how to do post-surgery care, knowing how to have those allergy pills with somebody to change a diaper, knowing how to make somebody feel good in their body when they just got arrested 3 times in 1 week for protesting a genocide. You know, learning more skills, learning new skills, sharing the skills that we already have towards growing our capacity individually and collectively is something that feels so urgent more than ever. And yeah, I think boot blacks hold a lot of that knowledge and those connections.
Thank you. Oh yeah, no, there's time for more questions. So we had somebody from over here. Is anybody over here have a question? Okay, yes. Can you move to Laura, or can you guys sort it out? Or no, Laura's got you.
Yeah. Is there something in your kit that if all of your kits got mixed up, you would know it was your kit?
Great question.
Not my kit I carry now. Well, the fact that the kit itself, I have just a leather box that someone gave me when I stepped aside from my title, so that's all I use now. Opposed to what would have made it notable when I had my bigger kit is boot blacks do carry everything: paracord, pens, lip balm, you name it. When we've got the big trunks, it's in there. I used to carry a string of pearls because I saw a film like, yeah, Dan.
I don't even want to know what
Because
she did with that
I
string of
saw
pearls.
them, like frantically looking for. I'm like, what? Well, I can't find my pearl necklace. And I'm like, I know they're not real, but would this do? And she was just like, you're the best ever. And I'm like, thanks. So that's how we would have found it before. Now, it's not the Hubbards. There's more Hubbards than there should be.
This is what happens when you ask a service-oriented person for a pearl necklace.
I would say for me, it would be probably any of my like sneaker cleaners or like sneaker-oriented sprays. I know we've talked a lot about leather, but my true love is like sneakers. Listen, I love a pair of Timberlands. Like, I am a New Yorker through and through, born and raised. Like, there's nothing like a fresh pair of butters. So if I am at an event or whatever and I see somebody with Timberlands, I'm like, please come to me. Like, clear the aisle. I'm like, the other bootlegs might not have the stuff I do, because I thought about you when you showed up.
I'm going to give a really honest and embarrassing answer, which is that it's probably not what's in my kit, but what my kit is in, which is a very dirty tote bag, which I know is not good, but that's also how my tattoo machines travel, is like rolled up in a
Oh,
t-shirt.
gross!
So that's just me. That's just
Don't get a tattoo from this woman. That's a bad idea.
The thing that I have is a kit for vegan leather that keeps it vegan, that doesn't use any animal products in it, and that is optimized for the type of rubber that vegan leather is made of. Cool. The challenging thing about it is that the best lube for the best shine for vegan leather is pure silicone lube, like pure PUR brand silicone lube. So you're conditioning the vegan leather with the lube, and then you're trying to brush, and your hands are covered in lube. And so you're brushing the leather, and you're just squirting the brush across the room every third stroke.
And silicone leather doesn't like stick on the ground or anything, right? Or not silicone lube. I'm distracted. Silicone leather. I'm inventing new things. Anyway, ignore that joke. Are there more questions over here? Oh, great. Thank you so much. Okay, well, Deja just answered for yourself, but for everyone else, what is your favorite thing that you have worked on, whether it's a specific piece or category? Anyone can jump in while anyone's thinking. Yeah, take some time.
I think a leather jacket, personally, because there's so much surface area, and there's just so much opportunity to really massage in and really get a feel for all of it and all the nooks and crannies. So yeah, I think leather jacket is my answer.
So I think my boring answer is a square-toed harness boot. I know they're everywhere, but there's something. Yep, just like that. There's the shape of the square toe in my mouth is my favorite. So that's really what I like the best.
Okay.
For me, like, I like things that are garment leather that I can put my hands on, but the way I started doing, using my arm, a friend of mine was sitting for me, well, actually standing for me at Folsom, not East, the other one. I forget, there's one here too. And they were standing on a chair. They had chaps, thanks. See? They had chaps on, and they needed conditioning, so I like put some Hubbards on the inside thighs of it, and was just using my arm, reaching back and forth, and using my muscle to like massage it in. We had a great time.
Any other tales like that?
Actually, at the last, I think the last kink party I went to here was the last kink out right before lockdown at PS1, and at that I did Mistress Blunt's pants.
Oh, Master Shake. We forgot to tell you. The real star question of the presentation so far has been, have you ever fisted someone using Hubbards, which apparently is their grease that they polish boots with? And then there was a whole discussion about fisting someone with the boot polish.
And it took like 45 minutes. It was beautiful. It was amazing. Ask other people questions for a minute.
So if you want a lot of attention from a bootblack, just wear like a leather cat suit, right? Yeah. Right there.
Yes,
Oh,
please,
yes,
yes,
we could.
please.
Yeah, also gangbangs. That would be fun. Okay, I think we have time for one more question. So can we get somebody from over here? Have we answered all of your burning questions? All right. Over here. Yeah.
This is so inappropriate.
Perfect.
I am very curious about tipping. And I would really love some guidance without humility, but with the honor and respect that you already have and show us. But like, help us know how to tip and that stuff.
That's not inappropriate at all, Felice. That's a really good question.
Absolutely appropriate. Love talking about tips.
It's inappropriate because I'm working as a sign language interpreter right now. It is not an inappropriate question. I'm sorry, that was not clear. Because I'm just using language.
I mean, I think it sort of depends on the venue a little bit. The sort of base understanding is when you're doing someone's boots, you are using product that you then have to replenish, and it's. And it's helpful to throw a couple of bucks to get more Hubbards, right?
Not a couple of bucks. Let's give them price ranges, please. So I would say when we're talking a couple of bucks, start baseline 10. And that's for like your standard high shine boot. If you've got a tall boot, you're gonna go 15 to 20. If you're looking for garment care, you're gonna go higher. You're gonna tip them more coverage, more space, more material, more money. And if you don't have that sort of ability, because oftentimes I don't, you can ask for a barter. I'm a big barter fan, so ask for a barter. And if you don't have money on you at the time, a lot of bootblacks will take Venmo, PayPal, all those sorts of things. But we can take an IOU. We will hunt you down for it. We'll bring our friends. We'll take an IOU.
I would say a great way to cruise, like if there's somebody that you're trying to cruise who isn't a bootblack, which I can't conceive of obviously, but just in a hypothetical part of the multiverse, that would be like a great way to cruise. Be like, oh, like I'm so broke, but I really want some cash to tip my bootblack. Could I borrow some cash from you, and then I'll pay you back later? See what I'm? There you go. Yeah. Or like I'll owe you something if you give me some cash to tip my bootblack, and then they're like, what a great person that always tips their bootblack. I want to.
It is cool and sexy to tip your bootblack. That's true.
I want to add to what you both said, because what you said about venues made me think, even with the venue, right? I think more so if you're coming into a space and you know that your leathers are tore up, like you know they are dirty, you've been traveling in them, they've got all type of schmutz on them, like you probably.
Sorry, just one thing. Don't come near us with plier shit. Don't do it. We will hate you. We will never ever let you sit in our chairs again. Playa.
Can you tell me
Burning Man.
Yes.
Out for Burning Man.
Classical
Burning Man is
liberalism
out in the middle
leads
of
here.
a desert lake bed that has alkaline sand. We hate it. We will hate you forever.
Yeah, so to add to that, and I would say even to go a little further with that, like if you know that you may have some like gunk and things on your boots, you probably probably shouldn't start with 10 or 15, maybe 20 is the baseline, because it's going to take probably, let's say, an hour. And then I'm like, okay, like what's the average salary of the whatever people in America? I think it's like $20 an hour. So I feel like 20 for an hour of your time is probably going to be a good start. And then obviously work your way up from there. Like I do sliding scale, but even with that, I'm like, you know, people generally do tip at least 20 and then they keep going up from there. Because I feel like most times where I'm going, people are jacked up. And in the best way, and in the best way, in the best way. And like they do actually need some TLC. And then even with the playa, you have to kind of think of the climate that you're in. So if you're in New York, you're gonna have salt stains. If you're in like a California, you're gonna have certain dirt and muds and things. And even in like North Carolina region, like anywhere there's like dust, the red clay, anywhere there's like dust and certain elements, like you have to think about like I'm exposing another human to these things on my feet. And I would say tip appropriately based on that too, because you're exposing us to certain things, chemicals, elements, things like that. So consider that with the boot blacking. Like this is a human. I want to take care of this human for whatever I'm possibly exposing them to, and the labor that they're going to do, and how much these things cost. Because hard boot blacking kits, I mean, that would be a really fun thing to ask people. Like, what are your boot blacking kits worth? But yeah, I mean, we're talking sometimes in the hundreds to the thousands what our kits are worth.
Well, we need to wrap up soon, so I just want to say I'm not a boot black, but I am a whore, and I'm never mad that you tipped me too much.
Right.
So let that be your guide. So we're gonna start wrapping up. So first and foremost, I want to thank all of our panelists, and while we do, thank you, Riley. While we do, oh no. While we do, I would love it if you would all show off to the best of your interest your boot-blacked leathers, freshly done. Yes, and everyone can cheer for that. And cheer for the boot-blacks who boot-black the boot-blacks.
Very stunning, very brave.
So much to Rocket. And Tamara Santibanez, and Deja Flames, and Q. Thank you to TVI for our venue for hosting. Our presenters, CLAGS, the Center for LGBTQ Studies at CUNY, and the Power of Leather series organized by Laura Westengard. And Cassandra Sparks. And I would like to say that I would really love us to take some time to thank the Kink Out organizers. Babes, I cannot tell you how hard these freaks have been working for years, really, to educate and entertain you today. And they all have this personality flaw of humility. I don't know why they all share that in common, so please give it up for them now one more time. This panel is immediately followed by a sold-out event. Kink Out Incarnate right here at TVI. You should have a wristband marking whether you purchased a Kink Out Incarnate ticket or not. The event is from now, 4 p.m. until 10 p.m. See you there, finally, thanks to boot blacks everywhere, leather forever. Oh, they're ASL interpreters. I know I shouted them out, but thank you so much to our ASL interpreters. We love you.
All right. I think that's pretty much it. That's it. Maybe they go on a little bit more. That's it. I have learned more about bootlicking than I ever wanted to know in my life. Hang on. There we go. I have learned more about bootlicking than I ever wanted to know in my life. I have learned how bootlicking is anti-capitalist. I have learned that our taxes, well, at least the taxes in the state of New York or the city of New York, fund classes in bootlicking. This is just great. This is just great information. I'm really glad we learned this today. All right. Well, I don't really have anything else to add to this. I don't think there is anything else to add. So for those intrepid warriors who made it until the very end, congratulations. For those people who chimped out after the first presentation, aren't you guys glad you sticked around? Can you imagine being one of those losers that left because they were bored in the first presentation and they missed the entire bootlicking presentation? Can you, like, this is why we don't give up. We train for these moments. This is why I put this presentation second, by the way. I knew this was going to be more spicy than the first presentation. You had to pay your dues with watching the first presentation to get to the bootlicking as anti-capitalist presentation. All right. So, I'm going to go get a burrito and, cry and stuff like that. And I will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. where we'll be watching something queer related. I don't know exactly yet, mostly because I haven't made up my mind yet. But trust me, we have lots of options. We have lots of options of things to watch. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Make sure you have notifications turned on, all that good stuff. I'll see you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer. I'm not completely like other people. What do you mean by that? I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.